Check 1, 2, check. Mic check. Check 1, 2. Oh yeah, baby. Good morning. What do I gotta do here? I got a bunch of stuff to do. Figure we let this market open up for a minute. Let it breathe. What am I doing here? Come on now. Do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. Bow. Wow. Tell you what, being a single guy is kind of weird. Choose comments to sort by the newest. Not easy being, well, I guess it is easy being single. All I need, I think, is maybe a taco stand, some surf, a bike path, hiking path, skis, run or something, and my god dang dog next to me. I think that's the trifecta right there. Yeah, baby, let's do it. Every day. We do it every day. Show goes on. We'll give some love to Vert in the stream this morning. Okay, here. Let's share this out. Share this. How are y'all doing this morning? Everybody doing well? How are you guys all doing out there? All right, let's get right into it this morning. Good morning. Hope everybody's doing well out there. Just a note on the open this morning. There's a giant gap over here. A giant gap on 396.60, 397.80. Let me move this way here. That needs to be filled. This all needs to be filled down here. Now, it doesn't need to be filled, but my expectation is that it's going to get filled here. Now, you take the money and run. There's your R2, almost a perfect pin strike. You can see it from yesterday. There's your R2, almost perfect pin strike. We'll move some of this stuff over here. I'll move the pivot line up. Whoa. Hold on. We'll move the pivot line over here. Good morning to all of you right now. Before I talk to you this morning, we're going to move some of this stuff over. Support lines, resistance lines, that sort of stuff. We have R3 being pretty close, right? We got a bunch of work to do in here. Some cleaning up, some house cleaning, some vacuuming. With that kind of stuff. Let me check out the pivots real quick. I'll tell you what. You know what I did was I've got a king-sized bed and mattress, and it's not old, but it's not brand new. And I have a daughter who wanted me to read her a bedtime story. So I go and I read her a bedtime story, and she has this like full size bed that was it started out as like a I don't know, it does like the desk, and it's got it like converts into different shit. Like you can do the desk, you can do the bunk bed and all that kind of stuff. Like starts out with a full-size bed and a smaller bed, a desk combination. And she's getting a little bit older. 395.26. Here's pivot right here. I would like to see this gap get filled right off the bat. Sometimes we just gap and go. And I can't say that we're not going to gap and go here. Just start ripping face here and come back for this later. But I always like to see this get cleaned up. Now, at 10 a.m. right now, we have a Senate hearing, and then we've got JPOW. I'm going to assume that those events clean this up at some point this morning. Now, first resistance today is 396. 395. I got 395. No, I got that wrong. Pivot point is 395.26. So way down here. So my daughter has a full-sized bed, and she's like, "Can you read me a bedtime story?" I'm like, "Sure." I live stream every day. I do my own research. Got wife, kids, got dogs. Got people that I'm working with in the background. I know I say that all the time. You guys never see it, but it really is happening in the background. And so I'm tired, right? Of course, my daughter wants my attention. I want to give my daughter the attention she needs. I don't want to be an absent dad or anything like that. So I make sure I can spend time with her when I can. And I fell asleep. I read her a story, and I was out cold reading her a story like 399.63. So this should give you an idea that the options market today says we're only going here. This is our 1, our 2, our 3 for today. This is our implied move for today. And we are higher than our implied move for today. Just take that in a note this morning. So I passed out. Like, I think I read this was I don't know, a few weeks ago. And I slept like a rock. I was out. And the reason I attribute it to was that I had bought my daughter one of those memory foam mattress toppers. Like, you get a kid a bed, they're good, but they're not like expensive beds. And I bought her a mattress topper that was not too expensive and like memory foam. And I was like, man, I slept so good on that bed. And my wife had said, were you just overtired? And I was like, no. I was like, I think it was I just sunk into her bed and I passed out. I'd like woken up, like I was like my clothes from the day before, just like curled up in the corner with my daughter fast asleep next to me. And my wife was like, "You were really tired." I'm like, "No, I think it was that bed." So I went out and I bought a mattress topper for myself. And it was delivered yesterday. And I didn't want to get out of bed this morning. I slept in that thing last night, and it was like I was being cuddled by something. It was a thick one, too. It was like 3 inches thick. And I was considering buying a new mattress, but I'm like, mattresses right now are like $4, $5, $6 grand minimum for a decent-sized mattress. And this memory foam thing was a few $100. And I've been pretty stoked. Excuse me here for a minute. I can't say that I'm not happy with it at this point. Yeah, I'm not going to tell you I went out and bought a $10,000 memory foam mattress or something, but I've got like a coil, like an enclosed coiled spring mattress. Got like it's wrapped each spring. It's supposedly it doesn't like move if you jump in. If I jump in the bed, you're not going to feel me jump in the bed or whatever. But it moves still a little bit. And I was telling a buddy yesterday, I'm like, I've stayed at Airbnbs with cheap. Like Airbnbs will tell you that they're nice stuff, but then it looks great in pictures. Then you get there in the Airbnb. These are like Airbnbs that cost a lot of money. You jump in the bed and you're like, this thing sucks. Like, what they do? They spent like $5 grand on pictures. They spent $500 on an IKEA mattress or something. No offense to you if you like an IKEA mattress, but Normally those beds and I on an Airbnbs kind of suck. But this man, I slept in this thing last night. It was like it enveloped me. It was like some like hands just holding me all the way around my body as I slept last night, and it felt great. I called the dogs. I was like, "Come on over here and come sleep with me." So the dogs kept me company all night long. They passed out next to me, and we just kind of just hung out. And I passed out, man. I was out cold. What do you got there? S1, S2, S3 down here. Make sure I got this right down. This seems kind of odd, but check this one more time. Make sure I got this right. See if I got these levels right or if I'm just talking out of my ass here this morning. And then I got other news. This morning, I'm reading the news, and they say I'm getting more snow coming my way. I'm like, you got to be shitting me. Yeah, these are all right. These all look right to me. Excuse me. So we're looking for range expansion off of SPY this morning, some call buying expansion. Let's take a look at ES really quick. Take a look at the VIX next. Oh, yeah, look at that. 4060 is the target that I gave to you, right? 4065 or something like that. There it is, where ES is just a C here away from it. SPX, man, SPX has more room to run, doesn't it? SPX is like, we got to keep going. I'm gonna put on the Senate hearing. I'm a little late putting the Senate hearing on. Put that on next, and then we'll do the luncheon after that with JPOW. So I'll have that up here for you in just a second. Okay, live. Starbucks CEO. Starbucks CEO. I don't see that. Looming banking crisis. Let me see if this is it.
Silicon Valley as unique and highly idiosyncratic, meaning the warning signs should have been flashing red and SVB should have stood out as what it was. Absolutely a problem child. Clear as a bell were the warning signs.
Right now, none of the executives who ran these banks.
I don't know what's going on here. Hold on.
Now, that clearly presumes that Mr. Schultz and his former employee are guilty before the allegations are fully.
Senate Live Banking. Just need live. Yellen. Uh. We'll catch up to Yellen here. Your futon was $200. Good morning. Let me move some of this down here. What's going on with who do we piss off today? Who's Hit Zone Music LA? Hit Zone Music to LA. Oh, who's this? Let's see. Hit Zone Music's got 17 subscribers, 11 videos. Hit Zone Music, dope independent recording artist. Dope. AMC stock, $1,200 profit after hours. Let's see who this is. Add us on Instagram. Let's check out Hit Zone Music LA. Oof, creepy. Hit Zone Music LA. 411. Who are these people? Who are these people? I gotta turn her down. I gotta turn her down for a minute. Who's this right here? Hit Zone Music LA. Let's see, find out who this person is. Hit Zone Music. This sounds like that bad CD. Those are like techno hits or something, like a big time CD. Horrible name, man. Hit Zone USA. Let's see who these people are. Hit Zone USA, Hit Zone LA Music. I used to live in LA. Oh, and it's trademarked. Independent record label, management, artist development, bookings, investors, link. They got an Instagram. They got 411 followers. They're in Hollywood, Vegas, and LA. Oh, they're in LA, Hollywood, and Vegas. What part of Hollywood are you in? The shithole part of Hollywood or Instagram, Hit Zone LA? Let's see who these people are. They're a record label, agent, independent, management bookings, promos, digital marketing, LBC, Vegas. Jay Degrade. Is that Jay Degenerate? Degenerate? Or the Alyssa Coria? Great. Just doxing your ass, huh? What are these people doing here? Just dog shit Instagram shit page? Shit page on FinTwit. Not even on FinTwit. Oh, you're just pumping fucking AMC on Instagram or on TikTok? I see that. I see your TikTok shit too. And your YouTube channel, right? Real fucking nice. Just pumping it. You're an AMC ape. I like apes. But let me see where. Hit Zone. We manage artists on DickDoc. Oh, you're all over the place, huh? See what you got here. Oh, what's up, bro? Oh, is this you right here? I think this is you 4 years ago, right? I'm assuming that's you because you've got that on your YouTube channel. TikTok, YouTube, Hit Zone Music. Oh, nice. Seen an opportunity, the stock market today, and had to pounce. 4 views. That sucks. Did you see the opportunity? What'd you do? Did you go to J-Roll's site or something and steal his opportunity? And then you pumped it out on YouTube? Is that what you did? Let's take a look at that. Let's watch that for a minute. Let's watch Hit Zone USA. Looks like
Seen an opportunity in the stock
oh,
market
yeah.
today and had to pounce.
Had to pounce, baby.
$1,000 to $100 profit so far.
$100 profit so far.
Seen an
If I use that
opportunity in the
voice, I
stock
might get
market
some
today
traction.
And had to pounce. $1,000 to $100 profit so far.
Whoa.
Seen an opportunity in the stock market today and had to pounce.
Ugh. Oh, is that the after report, not the before report? Is that where you say you made tons of money? Oh, practical investing. Yeah, I see it. Maria. Oh, okay. All right, whatever. Yeah, fuck that. Whoever that person is. If you're watching right now and you just got muted on my channel, go get fucked. Why? Why do you come to my stream and do this? I don't know why you don't just have your own stream, man. Go out there and get a stream. Get your shitty camera. Get your shitty mic. Matter of fact, if you don't have one, I got an extra one. I have a. Do me a solid, right? Send me a Gmail. Send me an email. Write my description down there, right? And I'll send you a camera, and I'll send you a microphone. How about that? I'll get you started. I see you're trying to make something work, right? I understand that. I give respect to that. So how about this? If you're Hit Zone LA Music, day trader, whatever it is you're doing, send me an email with your address, and I'll mail you a camera and a microphone. Then you just stop coming in my stream, and you can just start your own stream up. It'll be awesome. You can day trade. Do it live, people. It'll be awesome. It'll be stoked. And do whatever it is you want to do. I'm not even mad at you. Just if you want to do your own thing, I'm gonna take the high road here, and I'll support you. And matter of fact, you can just bash me in your show and say you just like rage on YouTube, and just say I hate this person, and they provided me with a camera and a microphone to hate on them. Kind of like that. It's almost like a. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of that person that was just stalked, right? And then you remember like the stalker came and killed her? So I guess I'm there, right? In some small, tiny way in this small universe. I've got stalkers. Great. It's only going to get better from here. So I'm being serious. I'm not joking. If you're still watching right now, I'm assuming that you are. I could probably check in the background and see if you are watching. You mean to check? Because I can probably see you in the background watching the show. Hit me with an email. I'm serious. I'm not gonna rage on you. Nothing. I'm a happy guy. I have a good life. A very happy person. So if you want, I will mail you a camera and a microphone. They're not great, but they're decent. Decent side. Like I think the camera is worth at least $100 or a couple $100 or something. The microphone's really nice. I'll show it to you. Hold on. I'll send you this mic right here. It's pretty neat. It's not bad. I'll send this to you in the mail. So there you go. You got your platform. You probably need a you probably need a laptop or something. As a matter of fact, they sell. I was just looking at a laptop for ham radio operators. I'll try to find it for you. They're like $50. It would probably work for just streaming with a chart up in front of you, and you just pick them, right? You just start your live stream every day, and you pick what you're long or short in, and you just do that every day for 3 years. And you'll be there, I promise. And I'll support you. I swear to God, I actually would. I would support you. I'll tell everybody about your channel. I will. I understand. Okay, let's get back to business here. All right. And I'll find you that the laptop is if you look at you could do it on your own. You just go to like YouTube and look up ham radio laptops. And there's this whole community of ham radio operators, and they scour Micro Center for $100 laptops so they can run a digital ham radio off of. You can usually find them for like on sale for like 50, 60, $100. Has a streaming box. It's hard to find Raspberry Pis, and you can actually run, just like a Raspberry Pi, you could run just an internet stream off of one of these things and get started nice and easy. You don't even need the camera. You don't even need the camera. Yeah, you got a free plug. I don't mind plugging them. I'll plug them up. Don't worry about it. I got them. I understand people need it. I've been there. I've been a nobody, so I understand. I'm not somebody right now. I'm a nobody still. I'm not somebody big. People, there's so Bob Kendall used to be my mentor, right? I always support him. Never talk bad about him. I always support him, and I always will support him. And I love that guy. Guy's a smart guy, right? I always support Mike Silva out there. I love that guy. Love him. Love what he does. So I don't do that to people. If I have something bad to say about someone, big followers, whatever, I usually say nothing. Zero. Those guys work hard, right? FX Evolution, like that guy, right? Talk about him all the time. Point him out on FinTwit. You guys can name him, right? I've brought people on the show multiple times that are looking for followers. Love supporting new content creators. Do it all the time. You guys have seen me bring people on this show and say, hey, follow this guy on FinTwit, follow this guy on his Substack, follow this guy. I have no financial relationship with these people. I just like their content. So I guess if you're just trying to get started out and you think the way to do that is to come to my stream and try to, follower farm or something like that, you don't have to do that. You just come to me and I'll help you out. I got no problem helping you. No need to follow farm or at least with me. I'll just help you, especially if you do good content. If you're just trying to get a leg up or something, you think you're guerrilla marketing or something, you're not. You're not guerrilla marketing. It's not the way to do things. As a matter of fact, I got a good story for you. We were at a bottom, right? This is a good story. We're at a bottom, and I watched a bunch of I think the Twitter algorithms got a hold of me, and the Twitter algorithm, I had said something about something like, hey, wait until you see all the Twitter posts about the new tech run. And I was like, that's fine. I was like, but you're gonna also see pumpers coming out of the woodwork, and that's the part I don't like. You know the kind I'm talking about. These are the people that they run cheap growth tech stocks pump scams. And all of a sudden, like, Twitter picked up on that in my algorithm, and boom. I'm just watching posts roll by, posts roll by. And I'm like, of course, I've been drinking that night. And I'm like, look at these shitbags, and look at these shitbags, and look at these shitbags, and look at these shitbags. And sure enough, I had picked the wrong post. I had picked actually a really good trader's post. And I was like, and look at this shitbag. And he came back and said something to me. I'm not going to name his name here unless you want me to. But he came back to me and DM and said, hey, man, what the fuck? And I was like, and the crazy part was I had deleted that one because I had realized who it was afterwards. And I'd been drinking. I was like, fuck. So I go to my DMs and I see him and he's like, what? He's like, what's the problem with you? And I'm like, I apologize. I didn't mean to rage post on you. I'm like, I went back and I was like, I did delete it. When I realized who I'd picked the wrong fucking tweet to blow up. But then I proceeded to apologize. Here's the key for you if you're listening in right now. I proceeded to apologize and self-efface myself. And then I went publicly on Twitter. And then I told him, I said, look, I'm going to make this right to you. And I went publicly on Twitter and I apologized. And of course, I don't want to do that. And he didn't require me to do it either. He didn't ask me to do it. He told me I didn't have to do it. He's like, no worries, no harm, no foul. And I'm like, no. I was like, that's not cool. So I went on Twitter and I apologized. I was like, hey, man, I called out the wrong person. I apologize. This guy does a lot of hard work, breaks his balls. And he's always been, and some people don't like this guy. And I don't care if they like him or not. This guy breaks his balls all day long. And he works hard. And I made a mistake. And I apologize. You guys have seen me do that probably 3 or 4 times in my 3 years on Twitter, at least. Before that, I was on Wall Street Bets for many years. And I don't think I did too much apologizing there because it was a rough place to be in the early days. But, If you make a mistake or if you think the way to go is just by trashing people, it's not. And usually, if I've done that, especially to the wrong people, the people I shouldn't ever do that to, I end up having to go back and saying, hey, man, I'm sorry. Or when you think about it and you're like, fuck, I shouldn't have said that. It was the wrong person, or, you know, it's always better to just be happy. It's always better to just be doing your own thing. If you don't like what I'm doing, you should do your own thing. Spend a lot of your life trying to find things you don't like to rage about. It's not healthy, and it doesn't change things. You know, you often see that with voters, right? When they'll rage on the internet about voting, but then they don't vote. Like, I vote. I go to the polls. I volunteer at the polls sometimes, stuff like that, and it's shocking to see how many people don't actually vote. This is pre COVID when they started mailing your ballots out. Even now, you can check to see who actually votes. There's a lot more bitching on the internet than there are actual voters. So I think that applies to a lot of life. And even when you're like protesting and stuff, sometimes that's not enough. You do your own thing, and is my point. So if you're finding stuff out there that you don't like, be your own person. Like, make the content that people want to consume, or that you think people want to consume. Provide that for people. If that bothers you so much, if you don't like litter in the road, it's good to go out and pick up litter on the road. Is my point. Be the example rather than the bitcher, right? Don't bitch, do it. Get out there, do something. Make yourself the difference. Does that make sense? You know, I moved. Some of you know this. I moved from a very, very wealthy places. I lived in really nice places. I moved to a place that's not so nice. Put my money where my mouth is. So you should too. Like, it's telling you at the end of it, every time you do something like that in life, the end of it, when you come to that end of it, right? No matter what the end result is, you're usually happier. No matter what. And when you get old, right? When you get old and you've made those, you've done those things in life. Like, I'm gonna do this and I'm gonna do that. I'm going to take risk and do this. I'm going to take risk and do that. You're going to fail at some of those things. Some of those things you're going to have expectations that don't get met, but then you find out that other things happened, or you're left with lifelong friends or lifelong experiences or things like that. And if you only live one life, right, you're going to grow old and you're going to look back on those experiences. It's funny because one experience in particular I had in my life that I thought I had made a really bad decision. And it haunted me for years. And now that I'm older, I look back on it as it was a part of life. And it actually, I feel good now about it after all these years. You know what I mean? So it's okay to do that in life. Nick S. You know what Nick S. is saying? I tried it. Good for sleep, but not for sex. Had to remove. That's what a buddy of mine last night. I was talking to a buddy of mine last night, and he was like, they're great for sleeping, Cap. He goes, but they're horrible for. He goes, you know how you pound? I shouldn't say this, but he's like, you know how you have sex on a spring bed? He goes, and a thrust means something. He's like, no thrust. A thrust doesn't mean anything in a in a memory foam bed. He's like, there's nothing telling you're doing a good job or something. I forget how he said it, but it was fucking hilarious. Different room for banging. I got the spring coiled mattress in this room over here, and I have the memory foam mattress over here in this room. A little bit of rotation going on right now. We've got Jerome Powell, I believe. Is he speaking today at a luncheon at some point? We'll have to find out. I don't know exactly what time that is. Fascinatingly enough, on SPX. So let's look at SPX. Look at how scary that looks. Look at SPX there, but check this out. SPX has a gap to close down here, right? And it also lines up with a check, right? Usually you get your check, come back down here, confirm. Remember, we talk about this all the time. In this show, all the time I talk to you about, you get the initial squeeze, and then you're going to get the confirmation. And this is where the money is, right? If this confirms, that's where the money is. So this is SPX right now. And I'm going to put SPX on a higher time frame for you. And so let's just look at SPX in a higher time frame. This is SPX. This is a one-day time frame here. And, you know, we don't like to trade with classic, like old school trading stuff. But, you know, it does sometimes help, right? Like maybe 30% of the time, 40% of the time it helps. It's like small tool in your basket of tools. And look at that. There's a gap to close down below here. There would be two things that I would tell you here. Well, first we've got the true range, right? That's actually true range up there. And then we've got we drew these out last week, yellow and red. We could draw another one in down below here, of course, the yellow one. We could do one more. Now, there's two things to note here. And the first would be that if we leave this gap behind, now we can leave gaps behind, I think that we can, but if we do leave this gap behind and just trade up and close this gap, I would bet that there's a high chance to come back down and close this gap. If the bulls are looking for like a positive continuation, we would come back down and close this gap today and then continue higher. This would be the healthiest for a bull, believe it or not. I know bulls out there like, no, let's go close that gap right now. I'm like, nah, if we do this one here and got the confirmation, right? If we get the confirmation, this is a huge move here and big money is my point. So just checking on SPX. On a 1 hour, you can see it is a 1 hour chart on SPX. We're going to look to see if we can close this gap down below. And not only the gap, but you could even get like the ha-ha down here, and then you start actually heading up here to close this 410. And we know for a fact that there's supply up here. Remember I told you about that supply? I was like, hey, there's a big hidden supply zone above on SPX up here at 410. So we'll monitor this as the day moves forward. Hopefully we'll get 2 or 3 rounds of call buyers and see how this works itself out. This is also going to matter as we come into the 31st with positioning in the market. If we get super bearish, we could trade up here to fill this. If we get a super bearish hedging opportunity. If it's a bullish hedging opportunity, we'll probably trap the bulls and head lower, believe it or not. Unless we get some kind of waterfall call buying, waterfall put buying, something like that. So let's look back on the 1 minute chart here. Let's look back here. See that gap that needs filled right here? This is a 1 hour chart. You can see that we're supportive here, right? You can see you got support here and you got support here. If we trade it down here and then maybe grab this for that continuation move that we're looking for to 408. Now this would make logical sense. I know bears are like, yeah, we're gonna get down here, we're gonna crash through this, we're gonna crash through, we're gonna trap the bulls and they're dead, right? So we'll eyeball this. But this is good news right now for the bulls. Bulls have bears like, it's a big time bull trap. Don't worry about it. We got the VIX on a low right now. But the cool part is you could get the VIX up and then get that continuation that you're looking for the bulls. So we'll keep an eye on the VIX this morning. And you can see we got a little bit of a bump here. We'll throw in some H lines right now for you. This is an H line right here. We got another H line down below. We got another H line up here. Some places to trade. And then I'm going to bring over all of your stuff for you right now. I'm going to bring over all your triggers for you. And then once we get the triggers out of the way, we're going to look at the VIX. Now here's the fun part. 396.65. You want to watch this one here because this one's moving up. This is your hourly trigger. It's actually on the move right now. Daily trigger is underneath the hourly. This is really nice. 396.43. Here's your hourly trigger. Come on now. Come on now. There's your daily trigger right here. Oh, wow. And you have the weekly. This is actually right on. This is underneath the daily trigger, but we'll keep it separate just so you can see where it is. Here's your weekly. Here's your daily. Here's your hourly. And your monthly is 395.62. Right here. And not surprisingly, when we're looking on a higher time frame, not surprisingly, this would be your confirmation, right? Your confirmation bounces here. This is a higher time frame, of course, but there would be your confirmation trade. We've got a bear plane forming right now in the 1 minute. Just heads up on this. Watch our bear plane. We got a bear plane forming right now. There it is. So be careful on this bear plane that's forming. This is a 1 minute bear plane right now. It's going to look for a confirmation for a move lower. So warning to you. See if we can take a close look at it right here. Bear plane forming on the 1 minute right now for lower lows. Looking for a tag down below at 398.63. You also have 398.07 and then 397.83 down below. Warning. Oh, look at that bar up there. That's 4050. Look up high. Look above me. Right up there. You see that up there? And then you've got another one that's even higher. It's hiding out. There's 4060 up there. And let me show you 4070. And there was one at 410. We'll have to see if it's there it is right there. See it right up there? It's right up there. So there is the implication that we can go there. But we probably want to reset our positioning, right? So we will we'll watch this as it presents itself. Keep an eye, see how this is coming in right now. Smart money's down here selling you, yeah, you could probably come lower. And hold on, let me look at some stuff here. Yeah, VIX has a gap to close. VIX has a gap between 1945, 1995. Some of you don't know what hooky is, but some of you do. Some of you on FinTwit were like, I know what hooky is. People don't use that word too much anymore. It's an old school word for skipping school. It's when your dad's mean and your dad's mean and goes to work and your mom says to you, don't worry, honey, you will play hooky today and not tell your father. And you're like, I love you, Mom. Dad's so mean to me. You guys remember that as a kid, right? Hopefully your mom, if your mom wasn't like that, that sucks. Now, right now, VIX is trading 1932. I'm going to look for VIX to maybe trade 2016 or something. 2016 or so. Could this be the dip to buy? Possibly. I'm going to give it to the bears so far, though, right? If you wanted, let me expand upon this conversation that we're having here right now. If you're a bull, me expand upon this conversation. So I just showed you what a bull needs, right? What a bull needs. What a bull should want which would be we go back and close the gap, then make the move higher. So if that's the case, or let's say it's not the case, let's say we're gonna not fill the gap down below, and this is it for you. You know where the targets are, right? They're way up high. So even if we didn't close the gaps, you're still gonna be waiting for this to resolve itself before you jump on some falling knives, right? You're going to wait for price to show you otherwise. Now, this is the risky trade trying to catch a knife. You would actually allow this to inverse itself and confirm itself, then go up, and then you grab it here. Does that make sense? So as of right now, if you're out there and you're a trader, day trader, this is not the knife for you to catch, is it? So you're not even there yet as a bull. Right? There's no need for you to catch a knife. What's another indicator for you if you're a trader, if this is the knife for you to catch? And I already showed you this, or I show you this pretty often. That is, do you see a flattening out of these moving averages? And I always tell you that if they're still looking like they're heading straight down, that's velocity, negative velocity to the downside, right? You want to see this line here actually start to flatten out. Right, you would see this line start to flatten. Hold on here. You would begin to see this line start to flatten. No more vertical, more horizontal. Right? You'd want to see price at least stop making new lows. Right? We got a new low right here. See that new low? You'd want to see price fail to make a new low. Right? See that? Fail to make a new low. Fail to make a new low, fail to make a new low, consolidation, right? You get the initial blast up, right? And then probably come back down to recheck on the 5 minute. It would be off and running, and then you're good to go. There's the money right there. Here's the risk right here. Okay? And then the other thing to say here would be to check. I always want you to be checking your 1 minutes, your 5 minutes, your hourly, your daily chart for a larger viewpoint as to what's actually going on, like a larger mechanics, bigger picture. You also want to be checking HYG. You want to be checking the drivers of the S&P 500. You want to check Apple, right? You want to check all of the Fangman plus T stocks, see what they're doing, right? So we'll just look at a 5 minute here. And what are we trading below? This is the Jedi Marcus, right? White paper. You guys know this. If we're trading below the white line, bearish, right? Trading above the white line, bullish, right? Price at least above and below the white line. And I'll put the yellow line on for some of you guys want to see the white line or the yellow line. This is the 1 minute on the 5 minute chart right here. This is the 1 minute on the 5 minute chart. So this is the barrow plane on the 1 minute chart, but we're trading a 5 minute chart. Does that make sense? This is the 1 and the 5 on the 5 minute on a 1 minute chart. I don't know how to explain that right, but you guys get it. This is the 1 minute chart. You can see the white and red line is the bearish cross. And bears are going to be looking for confirmation on 399.20 and 399.37 here. They got their new low. You can see it right here. And you're going to check time. So it's 10:52, right? Bears have 8 minutes left to make a new low. You can actually see it right here. 10:48, they made a new low. And now heading into 12 o'clock, they're going to be looking for a new low. And you're going to see how bearish we actually are. In my view, we're pretty bearish. This line is pretty vertical right now. Now let me put on the let me put Yellen back on here. And then can somebody I haven't read the Do you guys want? Hold on a second here. Give me 5 seconds. I gotta get my dogs. I'll let them outside to go running around. Give me just 2 seconds. All right, let me Butthead Bangers is saying, Cap, important divergence for bulls. The Dixie is now getting weaker as oil increases. This is very odd and very bullish for equities. The market, GTG 520 ounce is saying, Cap, sorry. So hold on here. GT 520Z is saying, Cap, sorry if this is a stupid question. There's no stupid questions, GTG. Can you talk about why the moving into a new hour changes your view in market moves? The market, you might not notice this, but the stock market trades on the hour, and the hour is not at the 0 hour. So the stock market trades on from 9:30 to 10:30, 10:30 to 11:30, 11:30 to 12:30. Then you will see in supply and demand, you'll see shifts. You'll see movements on every 15 minute within that hour. So if you start to look at the stock market, or start to think like, hey, the stock market runs from on the half hour, you'll start to see new lows and new highs stack up on each one of those hours. Just start watching the hours in the 15 minutes, hour, half hour, 15 minutes, and instead of looking at it from like 12 to 1 o'clock, look at it at 12:30 to 1:30, and you'll start to see a pattern of how the stock market is accumulated and distributed on those time frames. And you'll start to see the stock market in a different way, I promise. Wheezy is saying in a conference call this morning, Tom Bali of Stock Charts. I love stockcharts.com, by the way. If you don't know those guys, they're awesome. They do a great job. He's saying today is the first day of the best quarter of the year. Thanks for that, winky face. I appreciate that. Can someone tell me what time? I hate her voice. Dude, she's one of those people that So what I think the thing that irks me the most about her, I don't mind women or anything. Just her specifically, I don't like because in the 07-08 crash, her and Jerome Powell, I think she was a president in San Francisco at that time. She was quoted in some Fed minutes just before the crash as saying, "At least we saved the housing market." And up until that point, the mantra of the Fed was an American's most sacred investment in life is their house. The stock market can do whatever it needs to do, wants to do. The bond market do whatever it needs to do. The one thing you don't ever fuck with, it's the sacred cow of being an American, There was two, right? That you have a job and that you have housing. And up until that point, that was a sacred cow. Up until that point, some of you probably already know this, but a ton of you might not. Young traders might not know this. There was a huge meeting in the Fed, and the banks basically said, "Here goes some liquidation right now." The banks came and basically said, "We fucked up. Oh, and by the way, we got rich off of it. And and by the way, we need some money." And the Fed, and then conversely, the Senate, there were Senate leaders there, and they're like, "What do you mean we need some money?" And the banks are like, "Well, we don't have. Hey, buddy, how are you doing? Coming in to say hi. Good morning, handsome boy. The girls are gone. He needs some love." And they're basically like, "Hey, look, here's the deal. We don't have any cash to make payroll for the United States this weekend." And the Fed and the Senate reps are like, not reps, but like the chairs are like, "What do you mean?" And they're like, "Well, we're going to cut checks to the United States of America, all these large corporations, and they're not going to cash. They're going to bounce." And then the Senate leaders were like, "Well, we'll have to discuss that in the Senate and the House, and we'll pass a bill. It'll probably take a couple weeks." And these banks are like, "No, no, no, no. I don't think you understand. This weekend." And that's when the agreement was broken with the banks, with big banking. Now, this is bizarre because there's like a up until that point, banks were high flyers, banks were trusted to an extent. You know that they have to take profit and they're going to save themselves and all this stuff. But there was like a parachute pulled. And when it finally got to the president at that point, the president was told the same thing. You can actually watch the press conference. They were standing on the rotunda steps or something, and you could see the panic in the faces and the rage in the faces of these politicians that knew that they were being bent over backwards. If they didn't provide liquidity to the system at that moment by that weekend and pass these emergency acts over the weekend, that the United States would collapse, basically, inevitably. Talking about people not being able to pay for basic services. You think you're rich. Most of America is not. And if people can't pay for their stuff, it can cause untold turmoil, right? That's where the fraud continues. The fraud goes on. All those comments are talked about, right? And she was one of the ones that had said, no, we don't care if we have some kind of a meltdown as long as people's homes are saved. And at that point, they weren't. About 2 weeks later, we found out that no, people were going to get clipped pretty severely. We were going to have a housing meltdown. We were going to have no liquidity for checks. As a matter of fact, they've never flown. Banks have never flown higher since then. They've never been trusted. If you talk to old traders, old investors, they will never, ever, for the rest of their lives, trust a bank ever again in their lifetime. You can never trust. As a matter of fact, this week, and Eric Baucus, I forget how to pronounce his last name, Baucus or something. He's a great investor. He's an ETF guy. He's on FinTwit. He read a passage last night on Twitter that did a very good job of explaining what I kind of fucked up explaining yesterday. There's a layer cake of profit being made right now in this financial regional bank VC stuff. There's a layer cake of people taking profit and making money, and there's also a part of that layer cake where banks are trying to make money off of this fake just cycle of banking going down. And you also see Gunlock on CNBC. He's like, "I bought all the bonds, so I need to get paid for this at some point this year." As a matter of fact, there's a great trader on FinTwit that was like, he commented on all these bonds being bought, and he's like, "Yeah, but you got to time it right because the shorts are off the bonds now, and these bond people are like, I want it to print today." And this, I forget his name. He's a great, he's an old school floor trader, and he's like, "Yeah, but you got to time it." He's like, "You might not get paid in those bonds for the rest of the summer. You might have to wait until fall to get paid on those bonds." That TLT trade, it's gonna rip at some point. When it rips, nobody knows. And you got like Gunlock panhandling for that to rip today. Gunlock's like, "I want TLT printing right now. Like I want TLT at 200 this week." It is sacred. And I got to tell you that. You're an American. These aren't your rights by the Constitution, but there is an implied contract that if you work hard. Now, I know this isn't real or true for a lot of people, but the idea is if you work hard, if you work 2 jobs, you work 80 hours a week, you can find a place to buy a home in this country. Matter of fact, you can. You can go to Detroit. You can go to Cleveland. You can go to Minneapolis. I can list the states off to you. There are places in this country you can go. There are places in the West you can go. There are places in the East that you can go. You can search for homes that are $30, $40, $50, $60, $100,000. You might not like living there. You might not want to, pick your bootstraps up and create your own community, improve your own roads, improve your schools, start a business there. You might not want to do that, but there is the opportunity to do that in the United States still. There still is, even right now. So if you wanted to, there's an agreement here in this country that if you break your ass, that you too can own a home. And like one of the Fed's mandates is to maximum employment, right? Maximum employment. And the second agreement would be that if you work your ass off, that you should be able to own a home. Now, if you make the decision to buy some overpriced home in Beverly Hills or Manhattan, you choose to take on, 25%. We don't have 25% rates right now, but if we did, if you choose to do that, that's on you. Now, that's on you to make the decisions for the risk that you're willing to take for the work and stuff that you do. But if you're making the right decisions and the hard work in life, there is for you, believe it or not, a chance for you to have that stuff available to you. Now, let's say you're doing that. Let's say you're like, well, I did the right things. I bought a 4-year-old car. I do the maintenance myself. I work 2 jobs. I work crazy hours, 80 hours a week. I bought an undervalued home. I volunteer in my community, whatever I like to do. I do all this work. I pay my taxes. And then you still don't get a paycheck on a Friday, or your mortgage is foreclosed on you. There's a problem. And that is, there is like this tacit underlying agreement with an American that if that starts to fail, there's a major problem. And that was the key point back then at 07, 08, or a key underlying agreement that was broken. And you're kind of expecting these people. This is back to Yellen. You're expecting a bare minimum stopgap from these people. That is part of the contract with you as an American in this country. You should already know they're going to rape, pillage, and steal, right? We know that you can't trust politicians, you can't trust CEOs, you can't trust the banks, you can't trust anyone that's in power, authority, and that's rich. You already know that. But you also know that this is like the French, right? When the French had a revolution, you also know that there's a bare minimum that these criminals, legal criminals for a better word, have to at least provide for the serfs. There's a base case for the serfs out there that you don't want them to revolt on you, and that's one of those things. And you saw that in COVID. Whether you agree that COVID was real or fake or whatever, it doesn't matter. You knew that you could not shut down the United States and not ensure that people weren't kicked out of their homes, that they had food on their table, and that they had some kind of safety net. So, and that's what you saw happen in COVID. That same thing. The government better fucking step in if they're going to do that. It's this contract. You break your ass, you work your ass off for all these years, you pay taxes all these years. You can't just be told we're going to shut everything down and you're on your own. If you have that, that's a breakdown of society. No, that's anarchy. It's not anarchy. There's no real true anarchy that can be applied, but it's a breakdown of society and government. And you can't have. You have to do everything you can to preserve that as a nation. Yeah, I'll be honest. Though there are places in the West, I find them all the time. Don't say there's nowhere in the West. I know there is. I can point out places right now off the top of my head. You ready? I'll point out some for you right now. You can go to Salt Lake City, and you can go to West Valley, and there's homes there. You can go to just south of Albuquerque, New Mexico. You can find some homes there. You can go to parts of Phoenix. These are not the best places. Matter of fact, you can go right outside in California. You can go right outside of what's the, I know a shitty neighborhood right outside of I think it's San Jose, but I'm not positive. I can't remember the name of the town. Don't tell me there's no place. There are. You just have to search for them. Tons of work to search for them. These aren't the nicest places to live. But this is one of my favorite parts of this argument is I'm old enough to remember when I know that people say New York's a shithole, but if you're young, there were times when New York was a real shithole. There were times when the Battery, if anybody remembers the Battery, it was a real shithole. I remember the Pussycat Theaters in New York City. I remember going to Penn Station and watching people shoot up heroin. I was a young guy then. I was a teenager partying at raves in New York City. I used to go to New York and go to raves when I was a kid. And I remember the Pussycat Theaters. I remember Boston had a combat zone. You can look that up, combat zone. People would walk down the street with grenade launchers and M16s and shit. L.A., I used to live in Santa Monica, California. L.A. used to be, not L.A., but Santa Monica used to be a pretty rough place. Venice. And people will say it's still a rough place, but it used to be a really rough place, like very rough place. So all these places that you want to go to, you're like, I wish I could afford this or afford that. At one time, they were shitholes, and people moved there and made them not shitholes. So I know that it's hard to see that when you're young. You're like, there's nothing for me to afford. I'm like, there is. You might not like it, and you probably have to get your friends together to move there to make it a nice place. Or maybe you make it a nice place, and then someone else gets attracted to it and says, hey, look at those people over there. They're doing this and they're doing that. I want to be with those people. You ever notice that? You see a gentrification or a hipster neighborhood, and you're like, wow, they got all this great music. They have this nice local pub they just built, and they just renovated a bowling alley, and they're bike riding. They dug their own paths for an off trail system. They're doing this in a warehouse. They're doing that. All that kind of stuff. You have to find that for yourself. You really do. And it'd be surprising because in 20 years, you'll find that place may or may not, there's risk there, but that place may or may not then become a place that you'll find people being like, I can't afford to live there. It's too hipster now. It's been gentrified. It's all these rich people in there. They're pricing people out. And you're like, I remember when I was 20 years old and I moved to that shithole. And I built this. Those kids can kiss off. They can pay the high prices to live here now. I did blood, sweat, and tears to get it to where it is right now. Absolutely, you invest in the people there. And the crazy part, the crazy part about this too, who's that? Wang Gutang makes a great point because you don't even have to bring the good ideas there. If you move to these places, those people are likely the last people there that are holding down the fort, and they have great ideas. They're like, you want to move here and help? Come volunteer at the school. We got trash to pick up over there. Let's clean up some spray paint. Mow your lawn. I'll help you mow your lawn. My kids need some other kids to play with. So you don't actually have to always be the guy with ideas, too. You just show up and be like, I want to be a part of the community. How can I help you? How about we work on your ideas? So you don't have to be like a savior when you move to these places, is my point. You can just be there to help create or build or rebuild a community. You'd be surprised if you do it like that, how many people are there to help you, too. And they'll be your real friend. Lifelong, forever. Yeah, Santa Monica is full of homeless, but it's very expensive. It was when I was there. Santa Monica used to be a real dangerous place. It used to be a really sleepy town. We're talking like 60s, 70s. 80s, it started to have a mix. And they had rent control, I believe, so you had a mix of people. You had people that had paying rent, they're like $300-400. You had people that are paying $2,000-3,000. Now it's like 6,000, 8,000, 10,000 a month. Yeah, Pittsburgh's coming along. Cleveland's coming along. Minneapolis is coming along. There's a whole bunch of places out there, right? That you can actually find affordable housing. Detroit. They portray Detroit as a war zone. I shit you not. It's like a war zone, and it's just not a war zone. I've seen cities like Detroit everywhere. I've seen parts of cities like Detroit everywhere in this country, even the nicest places. You guys know Atlanta has shitholes. Florida has shitholes. LA has shitholes. You know, like you go to East LA, there's danger down there. Or at least for a white guy when I was there. I was scared in East LA. I wasn't scared in Compton. I got friends in Compton, and I never felt afraid there. I felt afraid at nighttime in East LA, though. That's when I lived there. Yeah. So Wheezy is saying Schwarzenegger did what Cap said before he was Mr. Universe. He and the guys at Gold's Gym would clean up debris, help out, do anything in LA. Yeah, that's true. You just go and help. And the cool part is it's very satisfying. It is very, very satisfying. It changes your world viewpoint, gives you an insight into people from different socioeconomic backgrounds. You're oftentimes fed misinformation to some extent. And I'm not talking like a bad neighborhood. I'm talking like, so Detroit specifically had like flights, right? Had like white flights, had job flight, then it had black flight. And then what was left in Detroit were some real hardened criminals and very destitute people. And eventually the really hardened criminals were burned out, believe it or not. They would burn them out, imprisoned for long prison sentences. And then Detroit was left as a shell of very impoverished people. That was it. That was all that was left in Detroit. Very small criminal element, not like it once was. And then investment came back into Detroit. And I don't know. I like the city. It's been an experience that I've never experienced. Well, my father was doing that in Boston years ago, but I've never had that experience in my life, and I wouldn't change it for anything. Another cool way to find out about these places is, well, two things I want to tell you. The first thing I want to tell you is this. A lot of the articles that you read about the cheapest places to live are inaccurate. They're usually AI bots, believe it or not, that write articles based upon 10 or 20-year-old data. The second thing that I would tell you would be try to find real estate investor groups around the country. You can find them on Facebook oftentimes, sometimes on Twitter. You can just ask, be like, hey, are there any real estate investors out there that know up-and-coming cities where I can buy an investment property? And you will. These people, they're based out of Europe, based out of California, and they buy all over the world. And they'll tell you, they don't mind telling you, they want to see people move to these places. But they'll usually tell you, hey, you should go to this city right now. This city is up and coming. And this is how you buy a house there. They'll actually tell you how. You can go to a county auction, a land auction. You can usually buy these properties sometimes direct from wholesalers. You'll have people out there that accumulate properties, and I'm talking like hundreds and hundreds of properties, and you would think that they're going to try to gouge you on them. These are unrehabbed, unrenovated homes, and they'll sell them to you for like $10,000, $20,000, $30,000 just to get them off the books. Yeah, we'll talk about stocks right now. A big reason why I'm going to explain why I trade the SPY right now for you. So a big reason why. So we're watching right here. We want to make first off. Let's just talk about the SPY. So on the 1 minute chart right now, right? We had a new low at 10:58. See how it's 11 o'clock, right? The half an hour here. We're coming into 11:18. We're seeing a flattening of the 1 minute chart here, the white line, a flattening of the red line right here. And the bears basically have one more chance in the next 12 minutes to make a new low. This is to the point of someone in the chat that was asking. So the bears have one more chance to get down here at 11:30. If they fail at this chance here, right, the bulls are going to pick this up and start to take it higher. Okay, so you're looking for this confirmation. Now, I used to trade a 1 minute chart here with the stream, but I try to now look more closely at a 5 minute chart. People are getting cut up. New traders are like, I can't trade a 1 minute chart. I'm getting torched. I'm entering late. I'm exiting. I'm entering late. I'm exiting late, and I'm getting torn up in here. And they're not looking at higher time frames. So I said I'm going to slow this down. So on a 5 minute chart here, so you can get better confirmation. On a 5 minute chart here, what you will be looking for, first off, see how the sellers are right there in a 5 minute? They're right here. See how they're teeing off? That's your first clue that we're not bullish yet. Your second clue is you're looking for price to get above the white line on the 5 minute chart. So right here, you're looking for price to get above and confirm the move higher. This is where you take the trade long. Okay? So we're not there yet, are we? On a 5 minute chart, we're still not there yet, right? We're still not bullish at this moment. Then we're going to get back into why I trade the SPY. Or currently why I trade the SPY mostly exclusively with you guys. It's multifold. It's a very good question. So well, I'll keep this in the 5 minute for a moment. The reason I trade the SPY with you is multifold. When we're in a bull market, a confirmed bull market, it's easier to expand, for me at least. It's safer and it's easier to trade individual tickers. And I usually have greater exposure to the market on individual tickers in a bull market, a confirmed bull market. If we're in a confirmed bull market, right, we have a lot of time to confirm that. It's not a one-day question. It's a multi-month, 1 to 3 months. I can jump in to stocks with relative safety on confirmation that we're in a bull market, right, and expose myself to individual tickers. Yeah, a prime example of this is matter of fact, Horse Lover Fat and I, when we were on Wall Street Bets, we came over to Twitter and we started to degross ourselves from spec growth risk in December of 2020. And we were on Twitter like, can you believe that they're telling you to buy all these ARC products heading into December? And people would ask me, why are you selling your positions in these spec growth companies? And the reason was being it's too much risk, and it's time to take profit, right? And then it was crazy because then they came after we had a silent bear market in 2021. They then came out after a lot of blue chips that didn't have corporate debt bonds supporting them, right? And so slowly I got forced into just trading the S&P 500. The S&P 500 in 2021 was awesome. You buy a dip and it runs. You buy a dip and it runs. You buy a dip and it runs. Safety, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. 2022, we come into sell the world, right? I was making videos into September, October, November, December saying, get out of the market at this point. January comes, we sell down into May, right? And even now, where we are in the market, it's not safe for me, in my viewpoint, generally speaking, live streaming to be like, yeah, you should buy this and then sell this and buy this. You see me sometimes buy stock. I'm like, yeah, I bought this. Now I'm selling it. If you're going to keep it, you should hedge it, right? Now, with all that said, like long breather, when I live stream every day, people want to trade Monday through Friday. They don't care if the market's good, bad, or indifferent. They're like, I have a job, I've got school, I've got this, I've got that. I don't care if it's the best setup day or not. I want to trade today. It's easy to day trade on a live stream, the S&P 500. It's the safest to trade. It's the most consistent to trade. I don't have to worry about bad news coming out on fraud on one company that you don't realize and we get destroyed. The S&P 500 is made up of a lot of companies. It's consistent. It's consistently profit-driven. When it's repriced, it's never repriced where it never comes back. When a company fails, It's replaced with a new one. There's some consistency to day trading the S&P 500. If you're a new trader, you should not even be well, I guess you learn how to by trading stocks or Bitcoin or something. If you're a new trader or investor, the S&P 500 is the vehicle to always learn first. Then you go and you learn Qs and NASDAQ. Then you go and learn IWM. Then you go back and learn how to trade stocks. The S&P 500 should always be your go-to. Always. Or a Vanguard product, something like that. Vanguard or S&P 500. You should know inside and out. So if you're a new trader, S&P 500 is for you. And it's not glamorous. I know that you're fed glamour out there. I know that everything you consume as a new trader is flash and Lambos and G4s and all this other bullshit. The truth is, S&P 500 is the daddy of them all. End of story. It's the mechanics of the market. It's the lifeblood of the market. The subsectors tell you how the market moves up and down, tells you why the market's doing what it's doing. When you start to learn the internal mechanicals of the S&P 500, it's going to give you a wide, vast understanding of how the market functions and why and when you should be buying specific stocks, right? So you're like, I'm going to be a pro stock trader, right? I'm going to be a pro stock trader. You should have a firm grasp and understanding of the S&P 500, so you have a firm grasp and understanding of what you should be buying. And that leads me into the next point, which is I was on the phone last night with Winky, and I was like, hey, Winky, can you stand in here and there? And he's like, well, I focus on this stuff over here. And he's like, we should get a few guys together, girls, whatever. And whatever they focus on, we could have people step in and do a live stream. So if there's a day, you'll see this summer, the market's going to get quiet. If you have someone that can step in and just spend a segment, even if it's not the whole day, 2 hours on stock picks. And that's the other part of it too. For me, if I wasn't streaming 30, 40 hours a week, I would have the time to research individual tickers. When I'm live streaming, I don't have a big production staff behind me. If I was picking stocks for you, that would mean that I'm not actually doing that work. It would mean that there's someone else behind me doing all that hard work for me to present it to you and be like, hey, look at this stock over here. Because it takes, when you're out there and you're picking stocks, it's because you're not live streaming. You've got 30, 40 hours to look at a stock and say, this is ready to go. Now, I do pick stocks here and there. I've got a bot that actually picks them for me. It does very well. When you guys follow the stock picks that I post for you in public, they've all printed. Every last one of them, like hundreds of percent, like 300-400%. Every once in a while, I do drop those publicly for you and say, buy this right here. It's going to go to the moon. Now, all that out of the way, we hope to expand at some point to highlight individual stocks and add people to this broadcast group that will highlight stocks, highlight futures, highlight the entire market, gold, Bitcoin, all that kind of stuff, and other things. So we hope to add those people over time. It's not easy to find people that have all of those talents. You know, some people do a great job picking stocks. They suck at technology. Some people are great at technology. They suck at picking stocks. Some people are just, I don't have the time. Some people are like, I got all these other things I got to do. You got some people that are like, I just don't want to do it. You got some people that are like, hey, I love doing all this stuff, but I'm doing my own thing. So it's a challenge to find those people to step in. Now, well, that's it. We're going to talk stocks right now because I said I'd do this in this broadcast today. What we're going to be looking at is I want you guys on your own in the chat right now, if you have the chance, I want you to tell me or do your own due diligence on your own, and I want you to start to find communication stocks. I want you to look for communication stocks. We're going to work on a basket of communication stocks for the spring and summer. Where you're looking maybe for a dip buy on NVDA, you're like, I'm going to dip buy NVIDIA on the hourly or the daily cap. Tech's going to be strong this year, man. I want you to also start to consider for the spring and summer looking at communication. I want you to be aware that when you heard me on FinTwit talking about TikTok, you heard me talking about TikTok, right? You hear everybody else talking about TikTok. You hear the Senate talking about TikTok. You heard Pomp out this morning talking about TikTok. Why? Why are people talking about TikTok? Why is the Senate talking about TikTok? It's not because of TikTok. It's because communication sector is about to explode higher. They'll use whatever stupid fucking thing they can, right, as a topic. It doesn't matter if it's TikTok one year or Snap the next or Twitter the next. You hear Elon talking about Twitter, right? Elon probably knows that we're cycling into communication companies. So on your own, you should do some due diligence. If you have a chance inside the chat, post, hey, look at this company, look at that company. I'll bring one up for you right now. So let's look at Snap. Let's look at Snap. Now, you're going to say Snap's a dog shit company. I'm going to tell you that market makers could give a flying fuck what you think about Snap. They're going to make, you tell me where the price is and I'll tell you what the news is. Do you get what I'm saying? Listen to that comment one more time. Let's say it to you one more time. If you tell me what the news is, I'll tell you what the stock price is. Or if you tell me where the price is, I'll tell you what the news is. Right? That works inversely for itself, right? So we're going to look at Snap. Piece of shit company. Piece of shit stock. We're also going to look at Snap. What does that look like to you? That's interesting. We know that business cycles are probably coming into communication companies. We also know that you hear all this talk right now, chatter in the background, right? Chatter. So I want you to look at Snap. Accumulation, right? Chasing, more chasing, distribution, and then you always have the funny things. Oh shit, this is the dip to buy. This is the dip to buy. Oh god, this is not the dip to buy. And what do we have at the end? We have gaps left. We have gaps left down here. We got a bunch of volume down in here. Right, all this accumulation down in here going on. You see it? Accumulation, like capitulation, accumulation, capitulation, accumulation, capitulation, accumulation, and lower volume over here. And so if I was a market maker, I'd be like, give it to me, 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 give it to me. And then I'd be looking to make a market for a basket of stocks. I'm more than likely going to take like 8, 10, 12, 20 stocks. And I'm going to hold these bad boys to make a market. And I'm going to wait for the cycle for communication services to pick back up. And then I'm going to create a market for Snap. Probably going to send out some investigators out there. I'm going to, do all this stuff that I need to do. And I'm probably going to look for opportunities to buy Snap heading into spring and summer. So like 945.50, 729.96, anything like this. And we also have some problems here. We've got a bunch of trapped holders here that are going to want to sell out, right? You try to make a run up, trying to, you buy a dip, you take it up, woo, take some money, buy again, woo, right? All this, woo, come back down here, got a bad market day, SPY selling off, woo, buy some more. And you're wearing out, in the meantime, you're wearing out all these sellers that are trapped. All these sellers will come back in later on down the road and they'll be like, I should have just held, damn it. What did I think? And they step back in like right here or right here. And they get trapped once again in this new cycle. Now, it might not be Snap. It might be another ticker. The point here is that we are early in communications. So I want you to start to look at these companies and say, man, if I put a basket of these tickers together and I start to set some alerts on them, right? Maybe you're like, I don't want to buy Snap at $10, but I might own it at $9, $9.50, and maybe $7. Maybe on a capitulation move down to $7 again. I missed this one, but I missed that one. Damn it! Maybe I'll catch one. Maybe there'll be one more chance for me. Maybe it comes down here. You get an email and it goes ding, snaps at 9:45, and you go, yeah, let's watch it now. And right now you just begin to watch it. Does it get bought? Does it get in a capitulation move down to 5, and you can buy it then? And you're at least market aware that people are talking about communication stocks right now. You're aware that there's a fervor out there, that the talk is beginning. And if you're looking for, instead of buying a dip on NVDA that's already been cranking, right, you're looking to catch a bottom, this is actually starting to firm up, isn't it? Starting to look like a bottom, isn't it? Starting to look like it. Like this is not proved itself yet, but it's starting to look like some kind of a viable bottom. Make sense? Set an alert. You right click, right? You set add to watch list, create a watch list for communication stocks, create an alert, right, on just this line right here, create another alert down here, create another alert down here, and you start watching these stocks. Right? Now let's say you're watching this stock here and you're like, okay. And you start seeing stuff like this. Bing, 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 bing. Consistency. I can add, sell, add, sell, add, sell, add, sell. You might get one out move, right? Sigma move down. You might get one sigma move up. Right? And it's not bad, right? Starting to look like a duck. It's not quite talking like a duck. It's starting to look like one, isn't it? Right? So before it happens, before something happens, maybe you look at Facebook, right? You say, oh, how bad's Facebook looking? I hate Facebook. Facebook's horrible. Starting to look like a duck, isn't it? It's not quite there yet. Got some gaps to fill down below down here. Right? I hate Facebook. You got a gap right there. And maybe you make a basket of 40, 50, 40 or 50. Do a whole basket. You do a watch list. And you say, I'm going to do a watch list on these 50 tickers. You create communications tickers. 50 tickers. Bam, 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 bam. Right? And you don't have to buy. You're not like, hey, you're not buying a Facebook or even Snap. You're just going to say, I'm going to set alerts on all of these 50 tickers. And if they hit where I'm willing to buy them, maybe one or two, maybe three pan out for me. This one hasn't started consolidation yet, has it? We haven't had that yet, right? We got a new low right here. But right here on Facebook, I know you might think it's never going down here to 23. It's never going to $20. You might think it's never going down here, and it might never go down there. But if you have a basket of 50 of them, some of them are going to start to prove to you or show to you that they are being bought. They are being accumulated. Maybe Facebook is worth buying at $20 or $23. Does that make sense? And so as we head into the spring and summer, remember I told you that we're in the last week of the quarter, and we're going to have some conversations about planning for summertime and planning for the summer quarter. This is what I'd be looking at. I'd be looking at like maybe some bad news for Facebook at some point, or the market capitulates at some point. And then now I'm looking at just Snap and Facebook, and I'm like, well, maybe Snap will go down to $7, and maybe Facebook will go down to 20. Maybe I'll get a sweet deal on this. Maybe the news on communication stocks will be the worst that it's been all year long. Maybe you'll see doom and gloom, and it'll be the worst doom and gloom you've ever heard, especially about Facebook. They got Mark Zuckerberg pictures of him with his lizard eyes out there, and meanwhile, you're already set up and watching. You're like a bird of prey. You're like, I'm just down here. Please give me the worst dog shit Facebook news you possibly can. I hope it's the worst. I hope it's like Facebook announces bazillion dollars in losses during their ER, and you're just going to be down here watching for this. That's all you're watching for. Something like this. The accumulation phase. Right? You see what I'm saying? That kind of stuff right here. Not quite there yet. But if you start to see something like that, right? So you start to set alerts. You start to make a basket of these tickers, and you start to, oh, it's FPK. God damn it, I got the wrong fucking ticker. Like maybe it's already doing it. Maybe Facebook's already doing it. I got FPK up there. Oh, damn it. Come on now. Oh, Meta. Shit. Hold on a second. The wrong one. Maybe FBK is one of them. Oh, it's already happened. Look at that. Facebook's already happened. So there's your accumulation, there's your distribution, and shocker. We missed Facebook. Probably not. Probably haven't missed Facebook. Hold on here. Right there. I'm doing FBK and not Meta. So right in here, Meta's still early right now, believe it or not. So I'm like, hey, this is Facebook, and it's not. But Meta's still early. It's still an accumulation phase. So you have the full accumulation, full distribution down here. This would be a good place to buy. Then you have the one capitulation move down, and now we're trading on a high right here. But Facebook is not done here. So as a communication stock, do you want to buy at 209 or 234? Probably not. You're probably waiting for a capitulation move down now to 160, 161.20. There, I'm going to draw a line here for Facebook. Hold on a second here. I'm over here talking about Facebook like it's Facebook and it's another ticker. That ticker is actually probably pretty, whatever that ticker was, probably pretty ready here. So right here. Take that one up just like that. And you're going to set alerts for this stuff right here. Like this one right here, you're going to create an alert, right? Do your email, your phone number, and you'll set an alert for a buy down on low at 155, 161, and run this one up into spring and summer. I know you might be like, this is too high already, Cap, but it's not. It's not. It hasn't done what NVIDIA has done at this point. Does that make sense? So you wait for a low down here, and you buy it for the run up. And we'll compare this one to NVIDIA next. We'll look at NVIDIA. Hold on here. We're going to compare NVIDIA. Wait a minute here. Why is that not showing up? Hold on a second here. Is this not comparing? What's going on here? Hold on. There it is. I want you to see what hasn't happened yet. You see how NVIDIA has not seen the growth, or NVIDIA has not seen, or Facebook has not seen the growth that NVIDIA has, right? You see the huge screaming higher in NVIDIA, but not the huge screaming higher of Facebook as of yet. I want you to see that right there. Outsized moves. I want you to see outsized moves on NVIDIA. Right here. See this outsized move here? You have outsized moves on the upside where you don't see it yet on Facebook. And I want you to keep your eye on Facebook for getting outsized moves like NVIDIA did here. You're not quite seeing that squeeze. You actually could buy, I guess you could buy Facebook right now, because we're not seeing that outsized move yet on Facebook like you have on NVIDIA. I guess maybe Facebook might not be a good ticker. I guess I said buy. I was saying buy Facebook here as one of those communication stocks. Maybe it's not a good one. Maybe look at Snap instead, or find other ones that haven't performed as of yet. Because Facebook looks like it is fucking. Facebook looks like it is too high right now, doesn't it? So fuck Meta. NVDA. I call it NVIDIA. I do that intentionally. That's like a douchebank. And what's the other one? Credit Suisse and not Suisse. Yeah, I might say no to Facebook, but I like Snap. So, anyways, find 50 tickers, and yeah, I like the idea of Snap down here. It's already going right now, isn't it? It's kind of already going. It's tracking NVIDIA, but not the potential to go higher. Let me go back to SPY real quick here and check on it. SPY cranking again. Almost there and ready. Yeah, so Snap, keep an eye on Snap as the summer goes on. You would see outsized moves from Snap, whereas you won't see the outsized moves from NVIDIA is the point that I'm trying to make here. Powell speaks, I believe, at 2:30 or 12:30. I'll find out right now. One air. Right here. All right, I got some calls set up right now for SPY. Right here. Hold on one second here. All right, some long SPY here. Watch out for a liquidation break here. Could get a small liquidation break lower, so just be careful of liquidation break and then I move higher. Is that 5-minute chart? Hold on a second here. Right here. Put that up. Right there. Long 400 Cs for March 29th. Get my hold on a second, I gotta turn my thing up here. Can't hear it on my earpiece. Now trading 63 cents on 400 Cs right now. Jimmy Barry's saying CVS is buying out some company announcement, I think Friday. I should ask that. Oh, now trading 67 cents on 400 Cs. Careful of these sellers up here. Right where my cursor is right here. 68 cents right now on 400C. Keep your eye on Recheck here for the move higher. Both FDIC and Fed were aware of problems and attempted to address them through supervisory process. Hold on 1 second. Okay, so I've got some information on. So the meeting will be. So the Fed chair to speak to House GOP lawmakers on Wednesday. Meeting will cover budget and debt limit as well as banking issues in the aftermath of SVB failure.
Bar says we need stronger and faster risk mitigants in place.
Fed Chair JPOW is set to visit Capitol Hill on Wednesday and will attend the Republican Study Committee's weekly lunch, a GOP aide said on Monday. Powell will address House Group's membership on debt limit, budget. Hold on, I'm in some calls right now. And banking issues, the staffer said. The Powell's visit comes as RSC aims to establish itself as a major player in the upcoming debt ceiling negotiations. The group released a debt limit playbook last week, including survey results that identified energy policy changes and cutting discretionary spending as the group's two top priorities. The debt limit debate is currently at a standstill as President Joe Biden has said he will not negotiate with Republicans on raising the debt limit and won't talk with Republicans about fiscal policy until they release their budget. However, House Budget Chairman Jody Arrington, R. Texas, said the committee is delaying release of its budget in part to allow for negotiations between Speaker Kevin McCarthy, R. California, and Biden on pairing a debt limit increase with concessions on spending and other Republican priorities. The X date when the Treasury Department will run out of money to pay its bills is expected to be this summer. I think it's mid-June. And congressional action will be needed before then to avoid chaos in the financial markets and a possible recession, analysts say. Powell called on Congress to raise the debt ceiling while testifying before the Senate Banking Committee earlier this month. He said while the matter is really between executive branch and Congress, raising the debt ceiling is the only way out that would allow the government to pay its bills. Powell's appearance also comes amid increased attention on the banking sector after the failure of SVB earlier this month and the administration's decision to guarantee deposits at both SVB and New York-based Signature Bank, including those above the $250,000 limit for coverage by FDIC. The Federal Reserve is reviewing the supervision and regulation of SVB and is planning to release its report by the start of May, Powell said earlier this month. So this is this afternoon with, hold on, let me see if I can go to these people's website here and see what they're doing here. The RSC. I'm assuming this is Republican Senate Committee or something. Royal Society of Chemistry. Nope, not them. Republican Study Committee. See who they are. Republican Study Committee. It's 11:52 right now. Republican Study Committee. They've got a YouTube channel here. They have nothing live. No videos. You guys see anything out there for the RSC by chance? Yeah, the Royal Society of Chemistry. It's the Republican Study Committee. Republican Study Committee. Now trading 67 cents on 400C.
FedSpar says we need more aggressive supervisory action.
68 cents. Watch for the sellers above. Right in here. It's pretty sizable. It's not huge size, but it's pretty. If I bring this down, I want you to see it like that right there. $0.69 right now on 400C. 6 minutes left for a new high. Now trading 70 cents. Trading 70 cents right now on 400C. A little bit of volatility right up in here. Could see a roll and then bounce. Something like this. Like that. Trading 70 cents right now. Trading 395, 399.86. Trading 72 cents on 400C. A nice easy 5-minute chart here. Trading 399. Trading 74 cents on 400Cs. Free money. 75 cents right now. Coming into a little bit of resistance here. You could take some off if you wanted to. If you're in, I guess if you're in down here, you're good to go. But you'll be looking for a bounce here. So if you want to take profit in here before we get there, you always can. Trading 74 cents right now. Another target above at 4050. I need to find out if the Republican Study Committee is, like, are we going to get a news drop that we're not expecting at some point? I don't know. Might be a place to take some profit here. You see the sellers coming in, some supply. Might take some work to get through. Look at this on a 1-minute chart now. See the quick reverse candle here? The tweezer. Trying to make a reversal here. I want to see this next candle here be green. It's 11:57, 3 minutes left. No requirement to make a new high right now. Stops down here. You can always move your stops up if you want to 399.40. Hold on a second here. I got to keep an eye on. I have to keep an eye on Republican Senate Committee shit, Study Committee. I just asked on Twitter if anyone had a link to it. Trading 73 cents right now in 400C. See if we can get a new high right here. 1 minute left. $399.89. Trading 74 cents.
FedSpar says it makes sense to consider alternative contingent capital instruments to those we have already proposed.
1 minute left here. Come on, give me the new high. There we go. New high, baby. Ooh, yeah. There is your new high on the half hour at 12 o'clock. Bulls have the next half hour until 11:30. Trading 76 cents.
So according to analysts,
Come on,
US
Prince,
likely to
man. What the
exhaust
fuck is
its
going
short-term
on?
measures by mid-August.
77 cents. Print me fucking 80, dude. Like, they're not printing up here. Anybody noticing that? Now trading $399.99. Kind of bullshitting me here in the options chain. Trading $399.98. Options chain not moving at all. Still only trading 77 cents. They don't want to pay this. Next jump up on 400C is $1.42. Trading 78 cents. Now back to down to 75 cents, 74 cents. Yeah, I'm still long right here. Yeah, I'm scared of the. I don't like the idea that it's not going up, that they're not printing. So they stopped printing right up here somewhere. Yeah, we're getting a liquidation break right now. I'm still up on the trade. Still up on the trade right now. No, but there's no call buying up here. I'm still long it right now. I want to see if it squeezes through. I think I'm the only person in this trade right now. There's like, now I'm trading 74 cents right now. There's no payments right here. I'm being told no. No, my assumption is no one's long this right now. Yeah, look at this. So this red line right here, there's a fair chance of a roll. It's not a bad thing. It's just you normally you'll get a confirmation. You'll want to look. The safe trade here is a confirmation bounce. This is where the money is right here. Not so much this trade right here. This is a 1 minute chart right now. I'm going to show it to you in a 5 minute chart so you can see it. And we're trading above the 5 minute right now. So, but you want to see. So let me mute this real quick. So just getting rid of this one here. So just looking at this right here, it's just another opportunity for sellers to come in. So I want to show you this right here. And then this is another opportunity for sellers here to just keep selling this down. Like they teed off here, right? They're gonna try to tee off here and bloodbath it down.
After rising as much as $1.
So the money trade for the bulls is the confirmation trade. We come down here. If you get confirmation, this is where the actual money is.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows
if we
you to
break right
actually
here,
clear
this is
order
where
flow
the
futures,
trap is for
forex, and
bulls
stock
down here
instruments.
on a
Get free
5 minute chart at
trial
least.
at tickstrike.com.
And one of the big problems here is there's no money here. I'm still up right now on the trade, but the fact that there's no like money machine coming in up here is showing you that we're going to probably pull back and retest or sell this right here. So this will be the break for me. This is where my stops are, right down here. And if we get this sell down right here, I'll switch to the put side. You can see the liquidation break right now. They ain't got nothing on me right now. They ain't got shit on me. So I'm going to set up some puts on the opposite side in case this is a bull trap, in case we are going down. You can see it right here at a 5 minute chart. Boom, opportunity to sell. Boom, opportunity to sell. And you'll see if this gets bought and confirms the move higher or if we roll it over. So I'll want to see price get underneath this white line and red bar it down. Oh, let me draw it better for you. See that touch right there? These are sellers trying to sell the market right here. And what they need to do is they need to red bar it underneath. And you'll green bar it up. Right here. It'll reject. And then you'll get your move lower. Right down like that. Does that make sense? Now, if sellers... If there's demand here, right? If the buyers are actually here, this won't happen. This will become defunct. And right now we're finding out if there is. See the buyers coming in. So if the buyers are able to push this red candle up, catch another green candle, you'll get confirmation that we're actually going higher. We're going to print through this, and then I'll see some money come into the trade right here. Does that make sense? Yeah, demand's here right now. You're seeing demand come in right here, and you're seeing sell. You're seeing supply right here. Here's supply. And you're seeing demand right here. And there's a fight going on right now between sellers and buyers. Someone asked, what about the gap open? Will we fill it? If we don't fill it and just go up high, it means we're coming back to fill it normally. So it would be like a trade up to 410 that's not stable. It's not like a bullish thing to do overall, but it can be done, right? It's the option is there in the table to just go straight north, hit 410, and then come back down and fill that gap. If we fill the gap, it's the most bullish. If we fill the gap and then go higher, that is the most bullish trade that it could be. Doesn't mean we can't go up higher. It just means that structurally it's not sound. Now, if we trade up and don't fill the gap, what do? Do you just stand there on your hands and go, well, fuck it, I missed the trade because it wasn't a bullish trade? You take the trade up and you make the money, and then you wait for it to come back down and fill that gap. Yeah, they're trying to dump it right now. The bears are trying right now. They're trying to sell this right here. We'll see if I get stopped out. One of my worst trades in here is if I time this wrong. Like, I haven't timed it wrong yet. My timing is good on this trade. But if you time it wrong, right, you can easily get stopped out, and then it rips faces off. So I have good timing on this trade right now. So I'm not feeling any pain right now. Like, I feel good. So I have breathing room to get stopped out here right now. Now, if you trade in the 1 minute, you could have come in, taken the trade, took the cash, and then reset the trade for the next leg. I'm trying to trade slowly here. And I don't see anything on this meeting. I asked on FinTwit. I haven't gotten an answer. Does anyone have a link to the event? Someone gave me a link. I don't know if this is...
Being one of the older members of this committee, I've been around long enough to...
This might be it.
Been around long enough to have observed firsthand several banking crises. 1982, I was getting ready for my final semester.
We'll keep this up in the background. I don't know if this is it or not.
City called Penn Square went down.
The Cheap just gave one.
Continental Illinois of Chicago down with it. A bank from the 1840s or 50s. Took First Seattle down with them too. Now, FDIC and the regulators responded in the appropriate fashion and addressed that. But it was a combination of collapse in the oil and gas industry and in production agriculture. And the chain reaction in my great state was the slaughter of community banks. The slaughter. There was no quarter given to those folks. They were locked up, chopped up, sold out. The legislature met in the middle of the night to authorize not just one town, one physical location, one charter banking, but we went to branch banking because it was all falling down on us. The people who
And I don't see anybody else. Hold on a second here.
Young banking men and women 40 years ago when they saw how community banks were handled in my
You know what? Maybe I'll call them.
They weren't Penn Square. They weren't First Continental. They weren't Seaford.
Maybe I'll call the Republican Study Committee and find out.
Senior bankers 40 years
Can I contact them? Can I call them?
They're looking at this situation and they're saying to me,
Says they're on Twitter.
we've been the least problematic of any sector in the financial services industry for decades to the regulators and the FDIC. But yet, in every crisis since then, we've been kind of the orphans. And this time they're saying, we were wiped out as an industry 40 years ago.
Trading 68 cents on 400C right now.
To pay to fund for the mistakes of the most sophisticated institutions, the biggest institutions. Can you tell me how it's possible when this special assessment fee process is completed that my community bankers aren't going to wind up disproportionately paying for the mistakes and the falderall of the biggest institutions in the country?
Now trading 75 cents on 400C.
Prepared to be the GOAT one more time.
Diamond hands, baby. Print it for daddy. Trading 400 right now. Give me some of that put fuel. Get me up there. Trading 77 cents right now. 78 cents right now. Give me some of that burr. Now 12.15, new high on the 15-minute. Oh, feels good to be a winner.
Once again, the observation, the perspective of my community bank
Feels
is
good
big enough
to be a winner up here.
you an emphatic protection. It appears with what we've done.
I love it.
We're in that intermediate range. We're going to
I love being a winner up here. Trading 399.92.
out there meeting the day-to-day
Oh,
the bill. And I kind of
oh yeah, it's so much different when you trade it and not talk about it afterwards.
shifting to another
Trading 399.93. Putting the pain trade on right now.
systematic risk designation on March 12th. Upon the recommendation of the Federal Reserve,
Squeeze them all out.
we'll discuss for a little bit the process leading up
The pain trade is on right now.
important that we have a clear
Seller rage.
regulators made this designation.
Oh, look at that.
So
Lean into the sellers.
right into which regulator acted first in proposing that uninsured deposits be protected. These are the kind of questions I'm getting back home.
I already know what's going on. I already know what's going on the SPY right now. Just pushing on sellers right now.
Respective board meetings.
Just leaning into them.
See our time has expired, but I'm happy to follow up with you.
Leaning into sellers. Seller rage right now.
Plus, we're close to getting a little break here, so
I'm happy to. So,
Thank you.
This one right here pissed off sellers, guaranteed. That green bar right there, that angered some people out there.
trying to think through
Where's Miro?
what the ramifications might be.
We need Miro in here. Tell him that green bar was from me.
Today involves, of course, information.
Is Miro in the chat right now? Are you listening in right now, Miro?
gentlemen,
I know that one pissed off sell side right there. That bar right there.
agencies and the two
That bar right there pissed off sell side.
gentlemen's time's expired. We'll now go to Mr. Vargas of California.
That was not the bar that sell side wanted to see.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, the ranking member.
That was the pain trade.
And that is, we could have been here today with the collapse of hundreds of banks. We could have been here today trying to figure out how to stop the contagion.
That was the pain trade. That one bar right there. That was the pain trade right there.
I think that's important. But I think what's more important is that everyone worked together.
Oh man.
We have ideological differences, and they're significant. Right?
Oh yeah.
The way it was Biden's fault.
That the capitulation, baby.
I could easily
That's
say
a capitulation bar.
Trump's fault. But the truth of the matter is that we're out of our ideological silos. And
This is the SPY, baby. All day long, the SPY.
I think the chair worked very, very hard on this. And
Capitulation.
he probably was a little uncomfortable with his ideologues on his side, maybe, but I think he did a fabulous
Yeah, right on, Wonder Bread. Dude, Wonder Bread Ass Boy. It's a great name.
I think they worked very, very closely together to try to figure out, what can we do as a legislature?
Yeah, the Powell meeting was reported as a luncheon with Republicans Sunday or
You acted
Republican Study Committee, and
nobly as you should have to try
my assumption is that there's either going to be some kind of
and again,
live
I appreciate that deeply.
or
We could be here.
recorded, or nobody's saying anything about it on.
I was worried.
I don't see anybody saying anything on Financial Juice about it.
And we're not.
Maybe somebody could email Financial Juice or somebody tweet Financial Juice and say, do you have a line on
You,
that luncheon maybe?
you were quoted.
Do you have any audio from it, a prepared statement from it? Because the reason I'm asking this is because,
Correctly here. I don't want to put
no, hold on.
in your mouth.
The reason I'm asking this is because you could get a,
Failure is a textbook
like this could all look really bullish, nice retest going higher, and then that
Yes.
something fucked up is released in that luncheon, and then it's like blast down in the depths of hell.
to begin. Why would
And
you do a
so that's why I'm
textbook
asking about it today.
I think
that's a good question. One we're exploring.
Yeah, I thought it was
very
today.
much. The
Am I wrong on that?
supervisors, looking at the
Yeah,
bank,
Wednesday. It's today.
identified
It's
the
right now.
problems with the bank.
Should be happening in the next
The
hour or
question
two.
is, did they identify
And
it
nobody's
with
talking
enough
about it.
level of urgency? Did
But
they
it's in the
escalate
news.
appropriately?
You can look it
I
up.
think that's what
You can
it
just
is.
look
I
up
think we're
Jerome Powell,
looking at carefully.
Republican Study Committee luncheon, and it's today. Unless I'm wrong. Am I wrong on the date? Maybe. I get shit wrong all the time. So maybe I got the date wrong. I don't know.
Putting in mitigants in place more promptly when they see problems.
So in
at
10 minutes'
banks
time
that
now,
they're
we do expect
supervising.
comments from
Yeah, in
Bank of
fact,
Canada's
they had
Gravel,
a number
who
of
gives a
MRAs,
speech.
MRIAs, I guess. And it didn't seem
Sorry.
like
Yeah, I
they
see.
did
I'm looking at
anything other than
3 different
arrest them.
chats right now. I
It
apologize.
didn't seem like there was any enforcement. I mean, where was the stick?
Yes,
Well, I got like
I think that's
you
exactly
got. I
the
should try to.
question.
You know what? If you got, do you guys want me to post?
Supervisory process.
Do you guys want me to post both
When
chats so you can see it on
supervisors
YouTube? Let me see if I can do that right now. Hold on. Give me a second here. Are you guys seeing both chats? Are you seeing the? Hold on. Let me refresh the chat here. Let me see if I can show both chats. Oh, you guys can see the YouTube and the Twitch chat. So like up here in the screen up here, like that screen right there, that you see, should have YouTube and Twitch. But on my end, I have to look at 3 different chats because I've got like a studio chat that's delayed. Like sometimes it rolls in, sometimes it's really slow, sometimes it's really fast. Sometimes it's delayed by like 5 minutes. Sometimes it's real time. And then I have 2 other chats up in the background that are real time.
Demonstrate the implications that banks with assets over $100 billion can have financial stability issues. I think that's what you were quoted. Additionally, you stated that the prudential regulation of these institutions merits serious attention, particularly for capital liquidity and interest rates hike. Can you please elaborate more about what prudential regulations?
Trading 76 cents, 75 cents right now on the SPY. This is the pain trade right now.
Thank you, Congressman. Look, I think we should start with supervision and how we supervise liquidity risk. And
Let me look at the VIX really
big
quick.
things in this episode was liquidity risk from concentration of uninsured deposits. And the
Here comes the
accumulation
pain, baby.
of losses on the balance sheets of our institutions, both of which go to fundamental management of interest rate risk, which is
Now trading $19.10 on the VIX.
And I think it applies.
I'm probably going to close this out at some point as we head up here. You see that red bar above at 4050. Let's look at some. I mean, this is top of the range right here, top of the key for today, right? I'm gonna have to start doing some. I'm gonna have to probably look at some measures.
Well, with the wind up that Mr.
Hold on a second. I'm gonna look back in time here.
10 more minutes, so thank you. With that, we'll now recognize Mr. Loudermilk.
I'm gonna start snapping some stuff for you above here.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here. I know you've been spending a good bit of time on Capitol Hill, but we appreciate you.
Some higher targets that are
One of the concerns that I've received
some measured moves higher here.
Institutions, smaller
Got
banks,
one right
is
there.
with, the extension of insuring deposits.
There's
across the
404
board.
right there.
They felt vulnerable in that larger institutions may decide to pull deposits that they have in the smaller institutions because then they would be covered. Undersecretary Lang.
Oh boy, dude. Dude, if we start,
Conflicting accounts from Secretary Yellen
we just start squeezing up here. 403.19. Dude, if we squeeze this whole day up, that would be insane. Just one giant squeeze. Just like squeeze up into the close. 403. There's another place they teed off right here. 402.48.
Then a day later, she said that Treasury.
Damn, look at that squeeze trade right there.
Take additional actions to protect depositors if warranted.
If they just started squeezing up here.
Department of Treasury's position.
How many days we got left? 3 days?
Yes, thank you.
That like if we did that, I don't think we're gonna do that. But if we do that, like the just like grind higher into Friday, that would be insane.
Contagion in the bank and have reflected.
Like just grind faces off. You just take like a Friday 400C and just diamond hand it into Friday.
is yes, you would include smaller institutions.
You just like grind faces off, like just trade 4060 on SPX. All right, I'm going to sell here and take some money off the table. So I took 74 cents here. I'm flat right now.
I guess the question would be then, what is that condition? If it starts with,
You know, there's like this, you know, I'm going to look at, let me look at a higher time frame here.
Who gives a speech? We have put the video out on the newsfeed for those of you that are interested.
It's like
It does appear
4:04.
the text will be made available at 1/2 past.
Oh, here we go. Financial Juice is like, uh-oh, we got text coming out. Did you hear Financial Juice just say that?
so with that and
So right here.
the action of extending it to larger institutions, regional banks, and then smaller institutions, do you have concerns that regulators may be creating more?
So, dude, like, close the gap back
It does appear
here.
that the event is to start at 12:45.
12:45.
time. However, her remarks to be made available at 12:30 p.m. Eastern time.
12:30. Expect vol at 12:30. Expect vol at 12:30. Expect volatility 12:30. Oh, wait, I see a couple places back here, okay?
So the NRF forecasts the 2023 retail sales to grow between 4% and 6%.
Right here, teed off. Right here, teed off.
This stream is
Back
sponsored
here,
by
teed off.
Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
Way up here, ping, ping, ping. Sellers there.
Consequences matter in future behavior.
We're already past these sellers, right?
Last question.
Oh, we got one more right
Why
there.
did the secretary's position appear to change regarding the extending?
And just so you can see it here, sellers came in here.
Smaller institutions. Why did she change her position between the 21st and 23rd?
454
The NRF
on
say
SPY.
in total, NRF projects retail sales
454.
$5.13 trillion and $5.23 trillion this year.
Well, I appreciate that, Mr. Chair. No further questions at this time, and I yield back.
Price target for the SPY.
President of Illinois is recognized for 5 minutes, and after this end of the series, this
Price target for the SPY 454.
after these 5
Right here.
minutes, we'll give the panel a little 5-minute break, stretch your legs, then we'll come back in and we'll finish with questioning. My expectation is that then we'll be able to get through this final segment.
Be careful up here. There's some hiding sellers here. They're looking to tee off here. So
Panel, this bit of break, and frankly, I need one as well. So,
this is where they sold on the 22nd.
Thank the chairman for putting me on the inhumane.
This is where they sold on the 6th
Vice Chair Bart, I'm trying
of
to
March.
understand the calendar, and I've got just 4 or 5 questions for you, and I want to walk through the calendar as I understand it. If you disagree with anything I've got in the calendar,
Right up in here, right here.
try to run through quickly to get to the questions. January 2019, SVB
Break above this here, and it opens the door to 403.16.
large bank standards. About 2 years after that, April 22 to 23, SVB no longer has a
And the
risk
NRF
officer.
says it projects
And in
full-year
their 2023
GDP growth
proxy
of
statement,
around
it says they've
1%,
doubled the number of
reflecting a
risk meetings
slower
from
economic
19.
pace and half of the
Given
2.1%
the prior
increase
concerns
from
the Fed,
2022.
Did the Fed participate in or otherwise have visibility into any of those risk meetings at SVB in that window?
Hold on here.
The calendar you described, the dates didn't, they are...
PT1, PT2, retest, come higher, come back down.
Shortly expecting comments from Bank of Canada's Gravel.
It's so close, man. Like,
to January of 23, there was no risk officer, but a doubled frequency. Did the Fed participate in any of those?
you know, like hand grenades and horseshoes.
During that 9-month period.
I don't have yet the full supervisory records.
So France releases more than 10 million barrels of oil stocks amid strikes.
Do you know if they were at any time cited for violating Section 165 of Dodd-Frank that requires banks over $50 billion to have a risk officer for the 9-month period when they did not?
the deficiency downgrade that occurred.
These are some pretty big sellers here. I want you to know that these sellers here, these aren't your swellers. These are like the grandparents of sellers. These are like old men, old women. Like when your grandmother turns into a really mean old person, they're right here. These guys aren't messing around here. We're going to need some like Gex or some magnets on high to destroy these sellers.
Insure programs would appropriately structure in terms of size and durance. It says penalty pricing should be built in extraordinary actions whenever possible to make the program unattractive once financial conditions improve. And says the bank would only be offering extraordinary liquidity in market-wide situations.
So I'm going to warn you, not warning, but
faced funding constraints. It says the bar is very high for banks to use large-scale government of Canada bond purchases to support market functioning again, and says if faced with extreme events that caused severe dysfunction in the government of Canada bonds market, bank would resort to large-scale GOC bond purchases, and says the bank's quantitative tightening program will likely end sometime around the end of 2024 or the first half of 2025, and quantitative tightening is working, but it will take some time to run its course, and says if banks were faced with a UK-style pension fund crisis, it could use its contingent term repo facility, and this would reduce the need for the bank to conduct outright bond purchases, and says Canadians are not immune to spillovers from events elsewhere, which can negatively affect things here. It says the bank continues to expect inflation to come down in months ahead, but will need to see further slowing in core inflation to get inflation back to the 2% target. And Bank of Canada's Gravel says the bank expects standard emergency lending operations to ease the bond market liquidity operations in most cases, and says in the future the bank may once again face macroeconomic situation where policy rate is at an effective lower bound. In this case, it might need to use quantitative easing. Bank of Canada has not yet to decide what level of reserves are needed to implement monetary policy through a floor system. An answer is not yet set in stone. Apologies there. So Bank of Canada's Gravel says this level is well below the current level of roughly 200 billion Canadian dollars. Our best estimate is somewhere in the range of 20 billion Canadian dollars to 60 billion Canadian dollars. And the Bank of Canada is ready to act in case of severe market-wide stress and provide liquidity support to financial system.
I do want to give you some not warnings, but I want to tell you some things here. You guys can look this up on your own, but look up the terminology automatic short. There's probably an automatic short up here, guaranteed, not guaranteed, pretty guaranteed. There's two things I want you to know here. Is you're going to get an auto short. There's going to be an auto short right here, guaranteed. There's going to be an auto short right there, guaranteed. What you need is dealers on your side on a low volume day to help with price to squeeze past these sellers. And heading into end of quarter, end of month, it might provide that, but it also would be scary because if this is going to happen, it would be a prime place for hedging to come into the market, right? So here and here you might see hedging into Friday. So these are at least some key places to be aware of into Friday. This 400, this 403.19. I'll look at SPX really quick and see. Let me do some work in the background here. Man, there are some crazy higher targets too. Give me a second here.
So Swiss regulators said to have encouraged more to rehire Imerti. And the UBS change of CEO is said to be favoured option of Swiss officials. And the NRF chief economist says while it's still too early to know the full effects of the bank industry turmoil, consumer spending is looking quite good for the first quarter of 2023.
You know, there isn't really like a large spread between. There really isn't a large spread between SPX and SPY right now. It's pretty fucking close. I mean, it's close enough that like. It's close enough that. Do I have any other targets up here? I've got none. So like 406.50 up here is. Like if we were to pin the GEX or the GH. If we were to pin like the SPX up here into Friday, it's up here. And it's close. It's within like half a dollar. It's like 10 cents or something. It's not that 4083. And we have higher targets too. We've got 408. We got targets at 408 up here. We got another target at 420. 408, 420. I don't know. I don't think we get up here right now. But some really high targets. Like if we were to just melt up into Friday. I still like the idea of coming down and filling this gap. Like I still like the idea of like, I prefer the idea of closing that gap, then maybe coming up here and doing 403. Maybe I can show it on a 5-minute time frame or a 15-minute time frame. I like prefer. I never like up and down. Like I'm never a fan of it. I'm always a fan, like when whether we're going up or down. I never like the. I never trade well on the melt up. Like I never trade well doing this stuff. I always get like I take profit, then I miss it, then I'm chasing it, and all that kind of nonsense. My preference is like tag PT1, come back down, squeeze up for PT2, come back down, and then a Friday maybe tag the 406. I always like this stuff. I always like it's always my preference, something like that. If this is real, maybe I'll do it on a 3-day chart. It's like if this was real, I don't think that it is, but if it is real, if we go up there to tag the
So we have posted
the JPM, we magnet it into Friday.
Speech on the newsfeed for those of you that are interested.
If we were to pin it and magnet it Friday, I always prefer like slam into it, come back down here, slam into this. It'd be a huge day, trend day. Slam down into this bloodbath, then burr right up into the bell. That'd be monster right there, wouldn't it? That's bull porn right here. That's bull porn, like burr, burr, burr. This would be like death and destruction right here. If you're a bear and this happened, oof. Oof. If you're like short since January 1, you're like, I'm all in $20 million to hit 3060. Okay, now I'm all in. Just give me 3600. And then they just ram it into you. Right into like boom. And then boom. That would be some nastiness. And just ram it in right there. I don't think that's going to happen. But it wouldn't shock, or not shock me, but you'd see like hedging come in. Like, well, I'm going to hedge right here. I'm going to hedge right here and slam it down. I'm going to slam it one more time over here. I'm going to slam it again for Q2. This would be a disaster. This would be a fucking this would be a shit show on the news and financial Twitter. This whole thing would be. That'd be a fucking disaster. I'm not giving a high propensity of this happening. But if it did, if it did happen, oh man. Oh boy. So I guess if you're a bull and you believe in that happening, for the rest of today, maybe you get this and then we sell it down into tomorrow and then we come back for the next leg up. We get a trend day tomorrow on Thursday. We get Thursday trend day. If you're a bull and you're bullish into Friday, you're probably going to expect like a lot of work in here and then buy the open tomorrow or buy the close today. Something like that. I know it's a fantasy. I think it's absurd. I'll be honest. It's absurd. It's absurd. I'm giving this. I'm gonna give this like a 5%. No, I'll give it a 3% chance of happening. 3%. Very small. But it would be fucking crazy, wouldn't it? You would reset every short in the market heading into end of quarter. Talking about resetting every single short in the end of quarter. Let's look at what is a Friday 405 call cost right now. I bet you there's no money on that happening. And we're not even that far away. So I bet you a 405 C for Friday is worthless. I bet it's like a penny or something. Let me see, 31st. It's 44 cents. They're putting some money on it. Dude, the dealers are saying there's a chance. The dealers are like, it's maybe. The market's not priced in for it, or I guess the dealers are priced in, but the market's telling you, fuck no, we ain't going up there. The market's telling you, hell no, we're not going up there. I'm surprised they're 44 cents. They should be like 2 cents, 2 pennies. And they're like, nah, 44 cents, man. Like the dealers have some money on it. Dude, 3 days away, 44 cents. That's a lot of money for a very small chance of happening. So the dealers are telling you it's possible. I don't know that I believe that. I think you're smoking crack if you think we're going up there for Friday, but dealers are giving it a better chance than I am. Or at least they're selling it to bulls. They're like, if you think we're going up there, they're 44 cents. We'll keep 30 and you get to keep 10 for like a day or two, and then they'll go to 0 by Thursday, 4 p.m. I'm flat right now, just if you want to know. These are real sellers here. I guarantee you right now. This is the one thing I do know. There's major sellers right here at PT1. There's major sellers at PT2. And PT3, you're going to see, you'll see like FinTwit implode. FinTwit'll straight implode up there. They will implode. Guaranteed. Yeah, PCE is probably the biggest news, right, this week? If we had news, it's probably PCE. Okay, so that bank failure thing is done. Barr is done talking. Still haven't heard shit from JPOW. He must be having a secret meeting of the lizard people. it would implode. Well, it wouldn't just be bears though; it'd be bulls too. I would bet that bulls would miss that run. I would bet that there's no fuck. I bet you bulls would come out afterwards and say they caught that run. They'll be like, "Yeah, I was long the entire time." I feel like afterwards you'll get like bulls like, "I fucking rode that. I was 100% all in, right at 400, and I sold Friday at 4 p.m." They'll tell you afterwards that they were long.
So Fed bids 470 and total $0.
And bears will just be like, bears would have lost. Like I'm assuming that bears will get torched in that run. If that run happens, they would get fucking torched. Because this is the place to sell right here, right where we are. This is the like if I was a bear, I'd be like, yeah, I'm selling the fuck out of this right now. Like if I was a bear, I'd be like, this is it right here. VIX is at $19. I'm selling this. I'm selling this all day long. If I was a bear, this is the place. I love it. Is this a good spot to buy? No. Fuck no, it isn't. This is a good place for a bear to go short. This is where so if I'm going to guess right here, I'm going to guess that from now into Friday, that those three places I showed you is going to be like, by Friday, you'll see a bear come out and he'll say, well, I bought some shorts, or I bought some fucking triple leveraged ETFs, inverse ETFs at, I bought them at 400, I bought them at 403, and I bought them at 406. That's my assumption. Matter of fact, if you're a bear watching this program right now, I bet you're writing this shit down. Oh, did he? Mero just did a train falling off the track meme. Yeah, this is the place. This is the place where bears are like, the next three. I'm gonna. I don't know if they get blown out in this trade, but I'm gonna assure you that this is where bears start putting on some put hedges, like an in the money. And you don't have to get aggressive here. You don't have to get like crazy. You could probably do like, something in the money first couple weeks of April, in the money put spread or something. It's one of those places that a bear would be like, start sniffing around. It's in recess right now for lunch. Thanks for the update, Moog. You guys want to see the melt up? Just a heads up right now, VIX is starting to squeeze higher. VIX trading $19.22. I might take a put here. Hold on. So I'm interested in a put here. Hold on. I'm interested in a put here. Oh yeah, baby. I'm interested in some puts here. We got a nice little bull trap forming here. So you see this is your first cross right here. You got your first cross right here. You got your first cross right there. And then you got your second cross forming up right now. So if you are a bear, you're looking for a bull trap here so you can do death and destruction down here and cool the jets off of the bulls and all their fantasizing on the stream. So we're going to look here. Bulls fantasizing, thinking we're going to 406. We're going to all these bulls getting bulled up for the JPM collar squeeze into the end of quarter. So I'm already out of my trade right now, but let's look lower. Let's look at that. Where's that gap down there? Ooh, yeah. 396p. Those are trading $1.03 right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We'll start with $1,000. Maybe we'll walk in. We'll walk into the trade here. What we're going to be looking for here, if you're a bear, you're going to be looking for a rejection up here at 399.86. I'll start a position here with you. Here, I'm with you. I'm with the bears right now. I'm on 396p. I might get squeezed a little bit up here. I'm with the Bears. You Bears want to get some fucking Bear Town going on? You Bears want to get bearish? There we go. Let's get some Bear Town on. Let's see if we can get some Bear Town on. Hold on here. Oh yeah, baby. 397.83. Oh, 396.85. I might not be positioned correctly here. I might need to change my positioning. If we get a roll here, I'm going to try to I probably want something closer in the money, like 398s. Something like that, 398s. And look for where you want to have stops above this. You don't want to get too squeezed out here. And I'll hold the position somewhere in here. My stops will be like somewhere up in here. If you're a bear and you want to buy some puts, there's a buy right here and there's a buy right here. But I'll play with you. I'll play the bear side of this trade. We'll just hang out here. And does it take you guys all day long? Are bears gonna be all? Is this gonna be an all day long thing where bears like need the entire afternoon? Right here.
So 10 minutes away now as we get the 7-year note auction. So the US selling $35 billion in 7-year notes with a prior bid to cover of 2 to 49 and a prior high yield of 4.062%.
We'll see if the bears can hold it. We'll put a red box right here.
So just taking a look at the preview for today's auction. So given the valuation backdrop
That's where the
and
bears
low
are.
risk appetite, JP Morgan strategists see the auction likely to require some concession from closing levels Tuesday in order to be absorbed smoothly. So primary dealers' positions in the 6 to 7 year sector was net long $18 billion in the week ended March 15th versus $13.3 billion averaged over the past year. And the latest CFTC positioning data shows speculators net short 571,000 10-year note futures, potential source of covering demand at the auction.
I'm gonna go take a leak. I'm gonna grab some. I think I've got enough coffee. I haven't drank much water. I'm very dehydrated. I went out for a run last night with my dogs, and you do shit, and then you forget to drink enough water, and you wake up in the morning, and you're like way over, like hungover from like no water. I've got them for today. I've got some puts for today. We'll see if the sellers can stay selling here. If they can, what I'm looking for here is twofold. I'm looking for sellers to be coming in above here and try to pin this and push this down. I'm going to be looking for some rejection either right on this 1 minute or on this above mark here. I'll get stopped out above. Right in here. So I'm going to be looking for like a roll over here, something like that, or something like this. And for some capitulation into the close. Even if I'm bullish here, or I'm lending the answer to the bulls saying that they can go up. But even so, I'd like to see, like the nightmare trade for me is we melt up. I don't trade them well for calls. This is a 5-minute chart. I trade better on calls when like we do something like this, right? Kind of like fail to make a new high and then we make the new high tomorrow. I do better like this than I do with like just scream this, scream this, scream this, and just start melting into the upside. I guess what I could do was like I'm in puts right now. What I could do is put some make this kind of a strangle where you take like 403s. I could take the opposite side of this trade. Oh no, so I'm on March 31st. I apologize. I bought the wrong date. I bought 396 P's for the 31st. So I'm long puts on Friday. I was on the wrong date. Yeah, I'm on the wrong date for puts. I've got a Friday 396 P's now. It's like 403s. So 403s for the upside today. If we grind it up into this close,
we get the 7-year note auction. So the US selling $35 billion of 7-year notes with a prior bids cover of 2 to 49 and a prior high yield of 4.062%.
So I thought I was buying puts for today. I bought puts for Friday. So I've got I've got puts for Friday. What I could do though is I could even holding these, I could buy some like 403Cs for 3 pennies as a hedge to that trade. So maybe not 403s, but like 401s are 27 cents. I could counter the trade. 402s are 9 cents. So I could spend 9 cents to print $1. So I'd make like 80 cents, 90 cents if we go down. So if we go down into Friday, I'd make, a buck or so, and the 20 cents would counter that trade for a downside move. So I'm in the wrong trade. I thought I was in puts for today. Not paying attention enough. I fat fingered a trade. I fat fingered a fucking put. I'm a fucking horrible bear. I suck as a bear. Yeah, Jimmy, I get the melt up, man. I get it, dude. Jimmy Barry's saying he feels like the melt up is happening. Dude, Jimmy, I'm gonna tell you, man. Like, I don't want to say this publicly, but I'm like,
the CBO director Swagel.
I'm like, this looks like the melt up, doesn't it, man? Like, you're seeing us just sitting here right now. Like, we're just like, we're not like blasting down yet. And I'm like, man, this looks like the melt up. Like, what happens here, right, is you get dealers on your side. And they'll just fucking front run this shit right into Friday. I'm gonna go pee right now. I'm going pee. Hold on. I'm gonna go potty soon. Yeah. I've got Friday. I've got March 31st. Hold on, let me go back to the fucking. I've got Friday 396 P's right now. I get a 10-pack of them. Oh, they're printing $1.06 right now. $1.07. Well, let's look at so like calls on Friday. I'm surprised that like 403s for Friday I don't think they should be 43 cents. I think they should be like fucking 5 cents or 15 cents. Like, I think, or like for me, there's no fucking, there's no call wall up here. The call wall is right here. I can assure you that the call wall is right here. So you either need call expansion or you need the destruction of puts into end of quarter that would fuel that run higher. If you don't get those things, you're going to get a magnet to the downside. You've always got the giant blocks of 3,600 Ps.
Surely expecting these
as a magnet.
Auction.
Oh, dude, I'm up right now. $1.08. $1.08. My puts are $1.08 right now. Oh, yeah, baby. Bring on that bear flag. Bring on the barrel plane. Get the bear music going. Oh, baby. Dun 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 dun. Give me the barroplane, baby. Give me the barroplane. Bring it down to the depths of hell. And I'm a bull saying that I shouldn't be. Let's see how this works itself out, okay? I'm gonna go potty. Let's see if the Bears can make this happen.
Treasury when issued, 7-year yield, 3 spots.
I'm a traitor.
5% before the $35 billion auction.
I'm a fucking traitor. I'll be right back. Just give me a few minutes. Ugh.
Bids cover 2 to 39, 2 to 39, and a high yield, or 3.626%, 3.62%. So the US selling $35 billion and awards 49.91% of bids at high. So primary dealers taking 15.4%, direct taking 21.37%, and indirect taking 63.24%.
All right, I'm back here. Let me see. If I was a single guy, man, life would be. I wonder, like, hold on, I got something to look at here. There we go, got it. I have to keep, you know what I should, I'm going to start just keeping Winky's, text messages here open at all times. Okay. Let me look at, let's bring up INTC here. Nope, that's INT. See. Look at INTC here. Ooh, baby. Look at INTC. Fucking love this ticker. This was the counter. This was the counter. This was the trade that nobody was in. Remember we talked about INTC? We said everybody bought NVIDIA. We were like, yeah, we should probably take a counter. Jeez. We'll take a counter NVIDIA trade and take an INTC instead. I'm going to get pushed out of my trade here. I'm flat right now on puts for Friday. Look at INTC just ripping. This is end of quarter stuff, right? You see for the entire quarter. Hang tight here. So us being in a quarter and a month, that kind of stuff, you always look for tickers that spent time consolidating. And what do they want, right? $30-minute. Buy the dip, stops below 27.61. Buy the dip above 31, right? It's just screaming now higher. This right here, you sell 24.62, never became validated. Went up instead, right? We took the higher trade, right? And the cool part about this is you're looking back on October, December, and then March 23rd, and now it's just slamming higher here. So INTC, great trade. Coming into some resistance right now. I want you to see this. Or hold on. Put that in the trash. But very bullish. Right here. Beautiful trade here. Beautiful trade here. Beautiful trade right here. And screaming higher right now. And so what we're looking for here in INTC is twofold. You're going to take out this previous robbery that took place, and your next target above is 35.11 on INTC. So what you want to be looking for here on INTC, and this is great, you can see it, right? Traded right off of its daily, traded above its hourly, now it's above its weekly. You've got this previous high here to take out, and then you've got the sellers just slightly above it, right up in here. So 31.82 is another target for you on the high here. And you're going to wait for some consolidation here. So You got 31.83, 31.16 right where we are right now. But the cool part is that you're getting consolidation, or not consolidation, you're getting great, like this stuff coming up, your daily, your hourly. So any kind of selling in here, I would expect the hourly to be supportive. So see this green and this orange right here, even if there's any selling, so you got 31.83 above, right? If there's any kind of pullback, the trade is still alive at $30.72, and a pullback dip buy is at $29.72. And then a buy the fucking dip is at $28.31 on Intel. Just ripping right now. End of quarter stuff, right? Trying to get paid for the quarter. I'm getting smoked in my puts right now. They're down to 92 cents right now. I'm not paying attention to my puts, and I should be. Oh, look at that squeeze right now on SPY. Look at that squeeze at 401.31 right now. Huge squeeze on SPY. Monster squeeze, 431 right now. Huge squeeze on SPY. Check out the previous high right here. Tagged it like nobody's business. And we have PT1 on the high side above here at 400. Woo! Look at that smoking, squeezing. This is that squeeze that we're talking about into Friday that we squeezed to 4060. Like just relentless melt up into Friday. Dude, what are the today's 403s printing? Yeah, they're still at 3 cents right now. They're not any higher. I was looking at those earlier as a counter trade. Like 403Cs and end of day. Like you just squeeze up today into 403. Just relentless squeezing like just happened right here. I'm still in puts. I wasn't paying attention to my puts. I wasn't watching. I was grabbing some nuts. Cuz I'm like, so I've been eating like steak and spinach. And then I was looking for food in my house, and I'm like, I'll just take some of those nuts over there and eat those. I'm like, I'm just going to grab some nuts. I'm like, nuts, spinach, meat, and water and coffee, and I'm good. Pretty unhealthy, isn't it? Yeah, D's nuts. I was thinking to myself, I was like, man, if I was single, I'd probably like portray myself as a well-rounded human. But then behind the scenes, I'd probably be just like, give me those raw vegetables over there and give me that dead animal over there, and I'll just drink water from the stream in the backyard. I'll be all right. I probably wouldn't have a well-rounded life. I was thinking that this morning too. I was like,
S&P expects higher unemployment and lower discretionary spending to mostly hit consumer-reliant sectors, making up half of CCC to C borrowers.
New high on the day for the bulls. New high on the day for the bulls.
Default rate doubling by the end of 2023 to 4%.
New high on the day for the bulls. We could probably, if I was a single guy, right? If I was to do this all over again and I was a single dude, I would.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
I would probably try to get a remote job. I'd probably get an RV and save all my money so I could buy some land somewhere. I'd probably buy some land somewhere. And I'd spend like 10 or 20 years building a house out in the middle of nowhere, but I wouldn't live there. But I'd go like work remote, and probably like live next to a beach and surf all day long. And hit like a taco shack and maybe a donut store in the morning and a taco shack at nighttime. I'd probably camp at like San Elijo or San Onofre right on the beach, eat some tacos, surf all day long, or I'd work all day, then surf, like the break, like the California breaks right before sunset. It's like these slow rolling rollers, these like waves that just kind of hang up there, kind of swoosh down.
The results of the Fed reverse repo operation.
The whales come by. You got sails out there, all kinds of wildlife out there. Baby sharks underneath you. So all the mom sharks are just out there hanging out with their baby sharks down by your feet. Work all day long. Save your money. Then like springtime, I'd probably go hiking somewhere. Spend a little bit of time hiking. And I had a buddy that had a ski mountain that very smart guy, right? A good friend of mine. But he was single. And he couldn't afford to live in the ski town. So what he did was he did construction during the day, and then he was a bartender at nighttime. Smart guy, but this is what he did. Made a lot of money doing it. Made like pretty like 200 grand a year, something like that. But he lived in a camper. And it wasn't easy living. Like wintertime froze his balls off. But he collected over like 2 or 3 years. He collected a couple hundred, $200,000-$300,000. Gave him a down payment for a house in a ski town. If I was a single guy, I'd probably do something like that.
104 counterparties take $2.265 trillion at the Fed reverse repo operation.
Something like that. And like split it 4 ways, like skiing, hiking, biking, and surfing. Oh, and snow leopards. Definitely snow leopards. It's when you go to like, you get all these rich guys, and they'll go up to like a resort without their wives, and they bring like they pay for women to be there with them. And I think their wives know that. So then the husband will go back to work or something, and the wife is there. You call them snow leopards. They hang out in these bars and stuff in mountain towns. And they try to prey on young men. Now trading 433. We're very bullish here, by the way. I'm probably going to get stopped out here in just a minute. Very bullish. The moment we came over this 5 minute, I should have gotten out. I was upstairs. So here we go. This would have been where my stop was, and I didn't have any stops, so I'm getting squeezed right now. On a 5 minute chart, right here is where I should have closed right there. So I'm going to hope for. It's a good way to show how to manage a trade. I'm going to hope for a pullback here that I can get out of. I hope not to get left behind here. Yeah, I don't know if you need the girlfriend experience. You just need to go to a resort town and hang out in the in one of these bars or something, and all these not old, but these older women come out, and they're hunting for young ski bums and hikers and stuff like that. And it's kind of gross, too, because you'll see, like, dudes, like, from New York and shit, they'll come up to the nice places, and they're there, like, a week early. And you see them like I used to have buddies that would, like, teach rich people how to ski and stuff like that. They'd be like, yeah, I was teaching the guy. He'd come up with his, like, some girlfriend, and then his wife and kids would come up like a week later. It's gross, but that happens a lot. Or maybe the wives probably know too. I'm assuming that some of these people are in some kind of an open relationship of some kind. You know, I'm not going to say that the wives don't know. You know, there's like a lot of people have open relationships and stuff. So you never know what their relationship status is. It's not everybody. It's just some people. We call them snow leopards. Sometimes they're just divorced women. You know, their husband was an asshole, made a lot of money. And then they're out there hunting hunting young young hikers and bikers and skiers and stuff. Dude, this wants to squeeze so bad right now. I'm going to try to grab some. Come on now. I mean, dude, seriously. I'm about to enter a counter trade to my trade here. I've got some calls set up in case we start squeezing. If we start this melt up here, if we just start melting faces off here, I want to get some of that action. So look at that T pin up here. Almost to the pin, right? And see it right there. That yellow line I got going down there. Oh, no kidding. I didn't know it was National Vietnam Veterans Day. If you're a Vietnam veteran, I feel for you. That's one of the forgotten wars. Yeah, we can get VIX to go up too. We can actually get VIX to go up with the price of SPY. If we traded 410, VIX would likely go up. Barry's calling for 410 on Monday. I think it would be a failure. I think it would be a failure at like 408, 409. On SPY at least. SPY would be like 408, 409 with a failure. If we do get the melt up trade. Yeah, Chase, you know what it is, right? Chase is talking about it right now on Twitch. He's saying VIX up, market up is a clear short. And that is, there's an automatic short here, right? There's an automatic short right here. There's an automatic short right here. And there's an automatic short right here. Like these are automatic shorts in a higher time frame, right? Like 1, 2, 3 months out. These are all automatic shorts right here. But that doesn't preclude us squeezing up there either. Right? Even though they're automatic shorts, it doesn't mean we don't squeeze up there, right? So it's like a counter, not counter or contra, but both are in agreement with each other. I'm gonna probably have to put a call-sided trade here, a melt-up trade on. Because the 5 minutes telling you we're going up no matter what. We'll see as this rolls. As this rolls, I'll keep that hedge on. It's $1,000. If I can catch this and put some calls on, I'll just put high risk on all 3 days. Like high risk, low probability trades on to the upside. All right, I got some calls. I got March 29th, 402 Cs. They're 9 cents. It's a counter trade here. I'm now split on the market. I've got a put hedge for Friday to the downside to protect me. I own them now, so I don't give a fuck about them. I don't care if they go to zero. I don't care if they print. I'm going to take 9, 10-cent trades. Hold on here. I'm going to take 9, 10-cent trades.
Bank of Canada's Gravel says it's way too early to talk about normalizing.
For squeeze trades up today, tomorrow, and on Friday. So I've got a hedge on for the week. I got a weekly hedge on into Friday, and I'm going to long the fuck out of this market every day with like 9, 10-cent calls and stuff. And I'll diamond hand them into the close. So if we do the melt up, I have exposure. I'm not going to take the levers off. And I'll diamond hit them until they print 300, 400, 500%.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments.
My assumption is
Get
the
a free
calls that
trial
cost me
at
total like 30
tickstrike.com.
cents over the week, over the next 3 days. Cost me like 30 cents. They'll counter any loss that I have on the hedge, and I'll probably either way I'm going to make a lot of money, so it ain't going to matter. I win regardless. Which way we go, I win. Or I guess if we traded sideways, I'd get fucked here, but that would be the only way that I lose. Is if we traded sideways like 400 in a Friday, yeah, I'll fucking lose. Yeah, if we went sideways, it'd be fucked. That would be totally fucked. I'll just torch the puts down, and the calls don't go anywhere. I'd be fucked for like $1.30, I think, at this point. If I place no other trades, and I anticipate adding another couple 10-cent trades, probably lose. Now trading 10 cents on 402 Cs. They got 100 pack of those, so I'm already paying for the 10 pack of puts that I got on fucking Friday. Squeezing to 443. PT1 has been hit right here. Just want you to see this. PT1 is tagged. Watch Bookmap here. You'll see some of this resistance right where we are. So target reached 443. Next target above that is 4055. That is
Bank of Canada
right here,
Gravel says we would
PT2.
react more to data that comes in hotter or more positive for growth than we would for a series of shocks that reduce aggregate supply or aggregate demand.
That's roughly 40319 for your second price target above. If we just start careening up here, if we careen up here, I'm going to make 300% on that trade. I don't know if we do, but if we do, If we start just melting, face melting up there, it's gonna be a fucking crazy ride. Trading 11 cents on 402 P or C, excuse me. Yeah, baby, they got to get to 4050. We got 4050. We got 410. We've got supply at 410, right? They're calling up there. There's some hidden hidden supply up there. Like, hey, come on up and hit us at 410. Yeah, we got gaps at 420 too. We've got some big gaps at 420. We've seen this happen before. I mean, it's not like it's not a common thing. It's not a common thing, but we had a day back in December or November where we went up 3 or 4% in like 4 hours, like 3 or 4%. We just went straight vertical. So, I mean, I'm not saying it happens all the time, but every 1 to 3 months, there's sometimes a day where we do something stupid, where we just go straight, fucking just melt straight up. If that's the case, I'll buy 10-cent calls each day this week. I'll buy them today, tomorrow, and Friday. I'm already long puts. I'm getting not torched, but I'm down 12 cents on Friday puts right now. But I'm up a penny. I'm up a penny on a 100-pack of 402Cs. And they cost a song. They were like 8 or 9 cents or something. So if you roll the market over, they should pay. If we don't roll the market over and just start grinding higher, this is gonna piss. If we do the melt up, it's gonna wreck some people. Some people are gonna get hurt, guaranteed, if that happens. I don't want to see people get wrecked. Like I'll like wrecked. I don't like seeing bulls or bears get like totally demolished. Like if we traded up to 40, if we just traded to 403, or 408 or anything like that, 410. I think SPX it's 406.5. If we traded up there, it would put a hurting on some retailers, guaranteed. Yeah, you'd be hurting people. I think like earlier in the week and on Friday, like Friday into Monday, I told you guys like it's a good week to not do anything. Good week to just let the market breathe and do its thing and reset your positions on Friday. Once JPM caller comes out, it's going to give you a better view into what takes place the next quarter. Now, another fascinating thing is you're seeing INTC, right? Just a few minutes ago, it's squeezing up, trying to pay printout for. Yeah, get 8 cents right now, back down flat right now in calls. 5-minute chart. I'll keep this in the 5 minutes so you can see it. We're just trading off the 5-minute right now. We're not actually going down, so you're going to expect a dip to be bought in here on this 5-minute. You're going to expect 399.86 to get bought and just start grinding through sellers. Now, if we are able to grind through sellers, I do want you to be aware that if we, let's say we fall something like this, and we just start grinding up here, at some point you're going to trigger either a massive squeeze or you're going to trigger a massive sell-off. So you'll see this take place as time passes. This is the implication behind where we are in the market. All this is drama. This doesn't mean anything. None of this means anything right now. The directional move that you're looking for, like the directional move down that you're looking for, is like a fucking bloodbath like this. And then it just starts raining blood down here. But as of right now, we're trading the 5-minute up and to the right. All this drama means nothing. This is just none of this means anything right now. So I haven't changed my positioning, not willing to change my positioning. I'm eating nuts. I'm eating D's nuts over here. I'm eating, I haven't eaten yet today, so. I'm eating roasted, salted D's Lux nuts. I have nobody to take care of me. It's just me alone. So, like, I'm all alone, so I don't know when to eat. I don't have any. I'm not like scheduling in time to eat. I'm just like, I'm hungry right now. What is there to eat? There's nuts over there. I don't even make a salad. I just ate some spinach. Like I grilled up a steak and then I threw it on top of some raw spinach and started eating it. I usually am civilized. I'll drink coffee out of a mug. Past 2 days, took my kids' water cups that they can't break, and I just poured like a gallon of coffee in a giant cup. I'm just drinking it cold all day long. It's pretty bad. They're all on vacation, man. We're getting to this point right now where I need to see some fruition of the time that I've put into this. So everyone's getting salty. They're like, hey, we want you back in our lives. Stop spending this much time doing what you're doing here. Start not wrapping it up, but you know, we need to like be able to take a step back at some point, have some help, and or you know, close up shop and stuff like that. So we're kind of getting there. What do you got there? Put water to boil with salt and oil, then pour pasta and open a tuna can, add pasta sauce. Let it cook 5 minutes and you're done. Ooh, sounds good. Mr. Talking Monkey saying currently drinking coffee out of a giant blue plastic cup. Cheers to you, Blue Talking Monkey.
Reductions in credit availability overall, and that's something we are watching carefully.
Yeah, I got family. I mean, family's first, but you know, like family.
This
like
stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
Families are weird. Like, when you have children and stuff, one of you has to. You can't So, I mean, I'm not saying that this could be a man or woman. It doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter if you're male, female, whatever. But you know, there's usually someone that's, someone's like, hey, I'm doing that. Like, so sometimes my wife will be like, hey, I've got all this stuff going on. I'm like, okay, I'm there for the kids, right? I'm there for the children right now. And sometimes I've got stuff going on.
Republican U.S. Representative Hearn says Fed Chair Powell in the meeting indicated one more interest rate hike this year. So just to repeat that, Republican U.S. Representative Hearn says Fed Chair Powell in the meeting indicated one more interest rate hike this year.
There's the meeting with JPOW. One more interest rate hike this year. You heard it here. So you're like, you trade off responsibilities, but like normally in a relationship, doesn't matter if it's like two guys, two women, doesn't matter. Any kind of relationship, you got kids. You try to be there as a full family unit whenever you can, but sometimes you can't. So you wind up having to juggle responsibilities and making sure that kids don't, like, I'm not going to be like, okay, kids, daddy's working 18 hours today, so you're going to be with daddy working. You can't do that shit with kids. So, yeah, he said one more in this meeting. So, right, so we do have JPOW transcripts being released right now. JPOW is saying that there's one more. He's telling, so Republicans have a think tank that is having a luncheon today, and this think tank supposedly has a large impact on, it's like a think tank politician think tank, right? Like grand poobahs of we control the debt ceiling decision. And so they wanted his take or for him to speak at a luncheon meeting today. Don't quote me on this. I'm going to say allegedly with this, because I'm not fully aware of who these people are. But it looks like they're actual politicians that are probably having their pockets greased and lined by companies, allegedly. Well, the other part of this, too, is there is likely if I had to guess, there's likely some form of backroom discussion as to when we get the next rate hike. Are there more, like, they're not going to tell you this publicly, but behind closed doors, there's probably some form of agreements where they're like, well, how many real rate hikes do you plan? Not we're going to tell publicly. How many you really have planned? And we want to also add some volatility into the stock market. And we want to know if we should add it in May or June, or what do you want? And Jerome Powell's probably, allegedly, this is, by the way, I'm gonna preface this with, I'm making a comedic statement right now. I'm not saying this is in way any kind of facts. We don't think that our politicians and Fed do this, or the Treasury Department. We don't believe that they're honorable people. But you wouldn't want to be a politician and be long or short the market and not have prior agreements with the Fed as to when you're going to add volatility to the market, right? You don't want to add a debt ceiling limit volatility to the market as the Fed's raising rates and crash said market either, right? You don't want to be running for a position and have a faux pas in timing. Basically, fraud by the Fed and politicians. So they have to negotiate when they actually add this volatility to the market. Exactly. Exactly. There's probably a backroom deal of some kind going on at this meeting. Not in the meeting itself, but, in a back hallway somewhere. When do you want me to go on the floor and pull a nutty? Do you want me to do it on June 1st, June 15th? When are you going to add some volatility to the market? I want to know, should we do it at the same time? Was this the crash? Well, you got to wait until SPY hits 420 on, May 28th, right? And then I want you to come out with the debt ceiling. And so we're right at the top, and then we'll crash it right down, hopefully. Temper the market down to 400 again. Yeah, it's all fake drama. I'm assuming that's what's going on today. It's always something like that. Black Beauty Machine says Burmese python eats a 15-foot alligator. I knew today was going to be nuts. Fed investigated themselves, though. You know, it's something bullshit like that. You know, they're probably wondering, what can I do? What can't I do? You know that shit happens likely in the background. Hold on, Bostic. Do you want a plate for this lunch? Can I get a doggy bag, please? Yeah, not much going on in IWM either, huh? IWM just consolidating. Same with Q's, consolidating. Netflix looking pretty solid here. Communications companies. Lulu. Yeah, Lulu could do some more selling. I ain't buying that shit with Lulu at all. MU is nice and cranking. MU actually was the better trade on the open today. They didn't have some kind of crazy gap up. Netflix looking beautiful right now, just grinding higher. FRC, nice trend on FRC. Tesla traded up and hit 195. Now trading back down to 191.75. BBBY starting to squeeze right now. You could look at what you could do if you wanted to the next few days is you could look up your bad performers for the quarter on your own. Look up the worst performers. GM squeezing right now. General Motors started squeezing from $34, now squeezing at $35.46. Any of your companies that have been consolidating for the quarter are likely going to squeeze up into end of quarter. Kroger might be Kroger if you want something to short. It's KR. Dude, Apple's just straight melting fucking faces. You see how they're pinning the SPY? And Apple is just melting fucking faces off today. So there's a huge giant hedge, of course, on SPY. Is this another one of those fucking days where they're going to just squeeze the end of the day up here? You get Apple just ripping faces off. And yet the SPY's not going up? Calling horseshit on that one. TLT looking a little bullish right now. XLU selling off, profit taking on XLU going on, could short that down. Meta just melting faces off all day long. Meta just going higher. XLK going up. Man, I want to short the shit out of this market heading into the first of the month. I do. XLP, rotation out of XLP. INTC still going higher right now. HYG just HYG is just ripping faces off. Just like leaving no man behind. And then you've got SPY here. Amazon ripping faces off today. Vert selling off. Snap still selling off. So Snap's coming down to 1078. So I've got some targets down below for Snap. You already know them. $9, $9.5, $7.5. I want to see. I'm gonna try to buy some Snap into this quarter end. NVAX squeezing faces off today. UNG. Ooh.
It's Republican U.S. Representative Hearn.
UNG squeezing.
Republicans that supply chain inflation has been mostly mitigated.
UNG squeezing on the opening bell, but doesn't look too bearish. Keep your eyes on a pullback on UNG and consolidation on 686.
TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
Rest away.
691 right now. Let me see the volume. Yeah, it might be. I mean, not that you have to trade it, but XL or UNG and gas could come back and squeeze. Got a lot of interest right now in UNG. No, I like all communication stocks right now. I like them all. I think they're like pre-NVIDIA. I would like look up a bunch of communication stocks, throw them in a basket, and the next 3 months I'm going to expect them to rip faces off. I think they're going to move. Well, in shorter time frames. So not like a year or 2 or 3 time frame. I'm looking for like 3-month time frame here. Like print now, not print in 3 years or a year. I don't think communication's done. I think it's going to be your main driver. Like outsized returns. I think you'll see NVIDIA go up, but not with outsized returns. I think you'll see like outsized returns on communication stocks. Yeah, I love NVIDIA, baby. And this rig over here is NVIDIA. It's going to be a yawn fest here, huh? Should I just check back at 4 p.m. and see which side is printed? Boy, they're really just trying to grind here. Look at this. There's a 1-minute chart. No movement at all. While they print baskets everywhere around the market right now. Look at that 405 now getting bigger on Bookmap. It's kind of thing where I'm looking at this right now, and I could probably come back at 4. I bet I could come back at 4 o'clock, and I'll have a result. Small bear flag forming right now on the SPY. Bearish crossover. Here and here. Still no proof of that happening. We'll see if this lines itself up. Kind of a boring day. This is kind of, excuse me, it's kind of day where you place your bets and you come back at 4 and see where they are. You just don't even pay attention. Smoke a doobie, drink a cup of tea, do some yoga, go hang out with some friends, go hiking or biking or something. Come back at 3:30, 3:45, something like that. It's 1:55 right now, too. Probably go out, take a walk, come back.
It's just an official correction here from the wires. So Hearn says Powell cites the forecast to show one more hike. So again, that's Hearn saying Powell cites the forecast to show one more hike.
So the JPM caller, someone's asking about the JPM caller. So let's talk about the JPM. I'll make it. I'm going to make this quick and short because I've discussed it so many times and I'm blue in the face. It's not you. It's that I've just done it too many times. People have a hard time to understand it. What it is, how it impacts the market. So you're going to, first thing I'll preface this conversation with, you're going to hear people tell you that the JPM caller is not large enough to impact the market. You're also going to hear people tell you that there are better ways to hedge the market. JPM looks at it like twofold. Number one, it works for them, and because it's not broke, they don't fix it. They've done it for a very long time. It's actually called a bearish seagull. I think it's a seagull. It's bearish seagull. And not only does JPM trade this, but other prime banks trade this. Then mid-size people will trade this. A lot of people like to mimic or model against that trade. And then you got retailers do the same shit. And but they don't follow what JPM does, right? They only follow that one thing. And the implication behind that trade is like 2 or 3 fold.
Fed's bar says Congress needs to increase the debt ceiling.
Or its impact. It's to have downside protection. The intent of the trade is to have downside protection. Another impact of that trade is that they don't need the entire trade to print. The trade is built to pay for itself and also to offer protection to the downside. So if we go down unexpectedly on unknown events that hit the market, they're protected. There's another impact on this trade, which is that it's implied for it to temper and limit volatility to the up and downside. So if you've got the real money buying and selling in the market, this is where the options market is overrun by large buyers or sellers. But then there's times in the market on low volume days.
The White House says Taiwan's President Tsai's trip to the US is consistent with the One China policy, which remains unchanged.
Where the options market has an impact on the market and its direction. The banks also want to have an impact on the options market. So they don't want like retailers and hedge funds having all the control over the market. So by placing that trade, it also tempers the volatility that the options market can lend to our stock market. So there's an implication here that if I own JPM, I love consistent returns for my customers. I can sell that. I can be like, hey, let me sign you and your company up for this 401k. We have regular consistent returns 10 months out of the year. We have outsized returns here and there. We have one bad month. We have an outsized loss, but guess what we did? We hedged the market, and so we provide consistent returns for our customers. The other thing that it does is it helps our stock market to stabilize. Banks don't want to see a market crash every 3 months. Our economy, our country doesn't want to see a stock market crash every fucking 3 months. Whether you think so, that's not the truth. They want consistent up, down, sideways. If a bank had it right, it would just be up and down and sideways and to the right and up for years on end. You don't want true price discovery. You'll hear people
White
talk
House says
about.
we have had multiple diplomatic discussions with Beijing about this particular transit.
It's kind of funny. You'll hear people say, like, we need full price discovery in the stock market, real price discovery. If you had real price discovery in the stock market, you'd have companies at zero that shouldn't be at zero. And you'd have companies that were way overvalued and that would become more volatile as they became more valuable or less valuable. So you could, and then you would see the list of participants become smaller, the pool of participants. So if like Tesla got bid to the bazillion dollars, you'd probably only have a few people able to trade that up to that, and that would then bring in danger in the pool of buyers of a stock if it was to go too high and create volatility. Someone would panic. It's like musical chairs. Make sense? So real price discovery typically devolves into like a butterfly effect where fractals get out of control and you see wild shit happening.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
You can actually see some stock markets across the world in third world countries. You'll actually see real price discovery. It never ends well. It ends pretty badly. So real price discovery you don't want. So there's like a part of this market that is hedged to limit up and downside volatility as best they can. Now, once this trade prints for JPM or pays for itself, there's nothing that the caller can then do whatever it wants. Some people out there think that JPM wants to like make money on every leg of the collar, but they don't need to. As long as it pays for itself, they don't have to try to make it pay for itself. The market is then, you'll hear people on social media say, the market is now free to do whatever it wants to do. Oh, yeah, baby. My calls are burning right now, but my puts are probably printing fat and heavy right now. I got to go check on those. Yeah, those are doing really well. As a matter of fact, my puts are now trading $1.15 right now. So I'm going to give it to the bears here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave the puts on. And if we can trade up here, I'm going to cut the call side loose, take the L on like 7 cents or something, 2 cents, 5 cents, whatever it is. I'll stay long the put side so I can take this trade lower. So I'm going to look on the call side of my trade here in case we melt it up. I'm going to look on, let's see here, March 29th. They're 3 cents right now. I bought them for 8 cents, so I'm down 5 pennies right now on this trade, but I'm up on the other side of the trade by like 13 cents or something. So I'm going to wait for a rip higher here, try to get a penny or two out of this trade, and I'm going to stay long on the puts into Friday. So so this caller specifically, we printed the upside target we hit. And once we hit that upside target, the market was able to do whatever it wanted to do. The market was kind of freed up. So when that happened, the market was a little bit more freer to go anywhere it wanted. It could go up and it can go down. And JPM didn't really care this quarter where it went. Though we printed the first leg of that bearish seagull, the market was kind of freed at that point. Now, depending upon where we trade in price, the leftover legs of that bearish seagull
Says Barclays
can
we are
act
paying attention
as
to
a
tightening
magnet.
credit conditions.
The closer that we get, the more
And says
of
those
a
factor
magnet
into
effect it
interest rate
has.
decisions.
But the farther away it is, the less of a magnet effect that collar has on the market. So you kind of have to be kind of closer to it, right? You start like it's like a real magnet. Like if you're close, you've got a rare earth magnet, something like that. It's going to attract you the closer that you are to metal, right? If you got metal that's like 3 feet away, a foot away, 6 inches away, it's going to have more of an effect or less of an effect. I'm doing pretty good here. I'm up. Second trade of the day, making money. I'm green. As long as I'm green, I'm happy. I still think melt up's on in play here. I don't have any if we just melted up into this bell, I wouldn't be like, "Oh, I'm shocked here." Totally shocked. You guys are like, you should take into consideration this is end of quarter, not week 3 of the new quarter. End of quarter here. Need like a caveat. Because weird shit happens end of quarter. Oh, you like the crayon drawings? You want me to draw them out for you? They're right there, baby. There's that barrowplane right there. None of that's played out so far, though, today, has it? This one was canceled right here. This is where I got trapped in calls or puts. Bought some calls as protection. Trading down right now. Upside melt up protection. Dirt cheap calls just in case. Protect my puts. My position is bearish. My position is bearish with melt up hedging. So I'm hedged to the upside. I guess that's what you call, right? Position bearish with upside protection. It's like JPM collar is kind of a weird thing. And then there's like other mechanics in the JPM collar too. Like, so when we come into this end of quarter, I want to know in this specific quarter, I want to know what the lower number is on JPM collar. I want to know if it's raised up or not. Is it at 3060? Is it still at 3060? Is it lower? Is it at 2800? If it's higher, do dealers take the other side of the trade so that we squeeze up the first 2 weeks of April and then we roll it over? Do we see waterfall puts? Do we see market panic on what that trade is? Do we see higher numbers on the JPM collar? So that would mean that dealers would likely take the opposite side of the trade and try to dump the market for a few weeks and then come up to do the upside targets. So now you can see right now, none of this is playing out, right? None of this looks right here. Thanks. I appreciate the heads up. Pip could pin this close. They're not paying the. I bet we trade sideways into this bell. Are they gonna trade sideways or rip the close? I'm gonna leave the calls on just in case. So I'm looking at 402 C's right now. They're trading for 3 pennies, and they're not even gaining back any of their money here. So the dealers are telling you that we're going to trade this close sideways. And we're going to trade just like this in this bell. So what I'll do here is I'll just leave them on as insurance that we don't squeeze up into this bell right here. I was looking to see if they'd claw back a penny or two, and they haven't. So if they haven't clawed back a penny or two here, I'm gonna take the bet against the dealers. I don't like being offered something. Whenever I see like the dealer is offering me something, well, whatever price moves and whatever price of SPY moves and the options don't, I'm like, yeah, I get fucked. I'll take that bet. It's like they're offering me a way out. They're like, yeah, give them to us, then we'll print them up to like 50 cents in about an hour or two. And you lose. So I'm just going to stay in these. You want a good pair? Just do all you have to do in the close for a sideways trade, it's just a butterfly. Condor might even pay more because you don't have a lot of time here. Just put a condor or a butterfly onto the bell. Oh yeah, no, I appreciate it. I love you. Thanks for letting me know. Dude, love that you sent me that. Love it. Like, don't stop. I'm getting old, man. I'm an old man. I got so much shit going on here. I can't pay attention to what I need to pay attention to, which is money. You could sell calls, sell puts, whatever you want to do. Sell some puts, sell some calls. You could sell some downside calls, upside, outside the money call, or calls for a few pennies, 10 cents. You can just start selling fucking OTM calls and puts there. Vic's just getting ground sideways right now. Look at that day right there. Just gross. Bam, 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 bam. Hopefully we get that right there. Hopefully I can get that trade going right there. Yeah, I saw Vert. Let's check out Vert. Let me take a look at Vert. Almost there, Winky. Nice trade setting up here. Thanks for saying something early, Wink.
The Board of Directors announces the withdrawal of proposals for the 2023 Annual General Meeting of Shareholders of Credit Suisse Group.
1822 and 1805, Winky.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
Winky, I'd first start looking at $18.40. $18.48. Stops are below $18.07.
Credit Suisse says the board is further informing on its proposal regarding the appropriation of retained earnings and ordinary distribution of dividends.
$18.22.
Credit Suisse says the withdrawals
1848,
pertain to the
1822,
proposed discharge of
1807.
members of the board and the executive board for the financial year of 2022, and the board has decided to withdraw agenda items previously published by Credit Suisse on March 14, 2023.
Winky, the one thing I would say here would be you still have that upper target, Wink. You're still good on $20.25. You're still targeting that on the upside. You have another upside target, don't you? Yeah, right there. $20 to $4.25. There is another entry here, too. If you have your stops here, there's another entry. So if you get stopped out, you'd want to set an alert for this bar right here. You just set an alert on this bar. So if you have an auto stop right here, if you're like buying down here and you get stopped out, buying down here and you get stopped out, you'd look for another entry down below here, like 1740 or something. Still trending up, man. Still good. Uncalled for selling too. I always, Winky, I will give you Winky, I will tell you something, man. Like, I don't like how they trade like market makers. And I still don't understand the mechanics of how you lose money as a market maker. I kind of scratch my head over. Like, I just don't buy it. Like, if you're just the matchmaker then and you're taking money on no matter which way the trade goes, how the fuck do you lose money? How are you not profitable? Because they're just like, well, we know the reasons, but they're like, yeah, Bitcoin is down. we're gonna cut this company. It's gonna rip this company to zero. And I'm like, do they have any Bitcoin? They're like, no, they don't have any Bitcoin, but they make money on either side of it. And I'm like, so if Bitcoin's crashing, they should be making money, right? Yeah, definitely. That's what I'm wondering. Like, if I found out, I guess as an investor, if I found out that you were owning crypto, I'd be like, that's it, cut that guy loose. But if you're just making money on the transactions, other than normal accumulation and distribution, like, it's got to be one of the most free money businesses out there, right? It's got to be. Like today's day and age with algorithmic matchmaking, it can't be too difficult. I do like. I make money if you lose money or make money. Not a bad way to make a living, right?
The United States of America says the sovereign credit risks from banking sector stress are limited unless strains deepen.
It's kind of hard to But they don't care. They're like we're gonna slash this company 50% because Bitcoin's down. It's like a perfect example of where fundamentals just don't fucking matter, do they? Fundamentals matters when the price is going up. Yeah, I bet they're fucking highly profitable. Unless they pull a surprise out and they're like, we took all of our winnings and we bought fucking Bitcoin at the top. Our algorithms do a great job of making us money on both sides of the trade, but then we did a bunch of cocaine and hookers and we figured, fuck it, let's buy Bitcoin at 60,000. Yeah, I think we trade sideways right to this bell. They're burning my calls on the call side right now. I'm down to 2 pennies right now on these 402s. They're just going to grind this right in this bell. I bet I could go take a. I leave the broadcast up right now, and not guarantee, but it's looking like they're just trying to murder options in here. We just trade sideways right in the bell here.
And Moody's say the deterioration in environment for the US regional banks indicated higher banking sector risk than previously factored in the sovereign credit profile. And Moody's says while banking sector risk
exactly.
has increased,
We're financially
we
found.
maintain our assessment of the other aspects of the US credit profile.
E-Trading Shorts is like, we're financially sound and you should trust us. But we bought Bitcoin and also Doge since it's revolutionary. It's another good. It's another good name. It's another funny ass name that they tried to push off on me. VRBO. They're like Verbo. I'm like, you mean VRBO? They're like, no, it's Verbo. I'm like, no, it's VRBO. And they're like, we're going to start making advertisements and putting it on TV.
From the current banking sector stress, so just to repeat that, it does not expect significant direct fiscal costs for the sovereign from the current banking sector stress.
The first time I saw one of the VRBO commercials, I'm like, boy, they said fucking Verbo like 30 times in 30 seconds. Like, what are you doing today? Going to Verbo. Nah, there's no confirmation of anything right now. Markets should be irrational right now. We're heading into end of quarter. End of quarter. None of your technical analysis matters right now. None of my technical analysis matters right now. We're in end of quarter. End of quarter. You guys didn't know that? You guys didn't know about Verbo? Dude, so these companies know that you're hacking their names. So they come out and they do like astroturfing fucking like VRBO does like a commercial and they say it like 30 times. They're like, it's Verbo, man. You like Verbo? I love Verbo. You like Verbo? I love Verbo. Do you like Verbo? I'm like, are they trying to tell me to call it Verbo?
And Moody's on the US says it does not expect
Yeah, it's
the events of
VRBO,
the
and they're
last
like
2 weeks in the banking sector to have a direct fiscal cost to the US government.
They're trying to push their name pronunciation on me. I'm like, get the fuck out of here with that shit. It's VRBO and it'll always be VRBO. Need a house cleaner? Verbo. Need a side piece? Verbo. you want me to try to find it for you? Hold on. Let me see if I can find it.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
Let me see if we can do this here.
The thing that's different about a Verbo vacation
home,
home, you always have the whole place to yourself.
Verbo.
No stranger at the dinner table making things awkward, or in another room taking up space.
Verbo.
It's just you and your people. Because why would you ever share your vacation home with someone you wouldn't share your vacation with?
And I know some of you out there, I bet you that some of you that watch this show, like watch my show, I bet some of you drink like zero calorie Trulies and shit, and you have like barbecues. And you're like, I'm going to use Verbo this weekend when my friends and my wife's friends come over to the house. And I'm just going to strike up a conversation with somebody and be like, oh, have you ever signed up for Verbo? I sound smart.
US, a scenario of severe and prolonged stress on the banking sector, which is not our current baseline, could weaken economic and fiscal strength.
My wife's friend here, he does Verbos. I've been calling it VRBO for the past like 10 years. I'm gonna strike up a conversation about Verbo and see if he knows that I know that he knows that I know that he knows that I know that it's not VRBO. Please use promo code. See terms and limitations. One code per transaction.
With
Verbo.
non-compliance, as its tips and complaints and referrals to enforcers have doubled since 2016.
What was another one that was like that back in the day? L'Esprit, right? L'Esprit was like that. Remember L'Esprit clothing?
Apologies. So Moody's sees in baseline the U.S. banking sector strains to have an indirect fiscal cost through
people like, you got that L'Esprit shirt on, huh? You think you're cool
moderate,
with that L'Esprit shirt on?
Expectations remains that a recession in 2023 will be mild, and says the bank credit remains tight and will tighten further, causing economic growth to slow.
Any of the old people here remember L'Esprit?
Moody's on the US says authorities' swift action so far to deal with the banking stress consistent with assessment of high
the LA
monetary
Knights
policy making.
Just walking around saying the LA Knights. I'm a Red Sox fan. They call them Red Sox, right? New Yorkers. Unfortunately, I do remember. You haven't heard that one in a long time, have you? Oh, you know, it was another one. What was that car that Volkswagen made? The Scirocco? Do you remember the Volkswagen Scirocco? I get all kinds of these fucking companies that do fucked up names and pronunciations. Oh, yeah, the United Colors of Benetton. Oh, Jaguar. 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 Hey, man, you want a Jaguar? No, you want a Jaguar. Or Jaguar. I forget how they pronounce it. Wasn't it like the car that everybody that liked a DeLorean had to get a Scirocco, right? Yeah, Jaguar. Jaguar. Oh, yeah, I remember the black Saab with tan leather and amber tint. I remember that car. I think it was like a boat, too, once you got into it. You're like, I thought this was a Speedy, and then it's a boat. It's like drove like a Volvo, didn't it? Oh, dude, Z Cavaricci's. Yeah, I remember Z Cavaricci, too. I remember those. Z Cavaricci's. Or how about, let's date some people. What are the, what the fuck were those pants everybody used to wear? Jankos. I remember Jankos, too. Yeah, Jordache. And then members only. I was real young for that. But that was them. Like, you'd be like, I want to be like Michael Jackson. Be like, get a members only jacket, man. Roll up the sleeve or pull the sleeves up. You don't roll them. You just pull them up. DKNY and Genco. Yeah, Genco's. JNCO. Oh, Pano Dior parachute pants. Fubu. Yeah, Fubu. I remember Fubu. And Zubaz. Sergio Prevento. You guys are coming up with all the names right now. Gloria Vanderbilt's. Any women out there? What about is Ferragamo still big? Jimmy Choo. Skids. Cross colors, dude. Now cross colors. Wasn't cross colors like the United Colors of Benetton like knockoff or something, or no? Oh, dude, double Izod with shoulder pads. Oof. Ooh. Ooh, Prowings. Oh, what about what were those famous boat shoes that everybody wore with like the brown leather ones with the cord around them? There was like a specific brand that everybody liked. You had penny loafers, stick a penny in a loafer. Stussy. Yeah, getting a credit increase on your credit card every month just to be able to pay your bills. Yeah, Guess jeans. Sperry's, man. That's right, Sperry's. Fat Farm. Yeah, penny loafers. You'd take a pair of loafers and you'd stick a penny. There's a little leather fold in them, and you'd stick a penny and say you're cool. Your parents would be like, you're not getting brown leather boat shoes. You're getting loafers. And you'd be like, what the fuck is a loafer? And your dad would give them to you. They'd be like, no laces for them. This is if you went to private school, you know what loafers are. If you weren't a public school kid, you know exactly what they are. If you're probably a church kid, you probably knew what those are.
NYMEX gasoline.
Oh, dude,
April
British
futures
Knights,
settle at
BK, baby.
66 cents a gallon.
Umbro shorts. That's a big one. I used to sport those. Doc Martens. They're still classic. Yeah, Skechers can kind of fit in there. Coach K is saying AFR, I'm squeezing right now.
Futures settle at $72.97 a barrel. That's down 23 cents or 0.31%.
Oh, dude, hacky sacks, man. That's another good one right there. You guys are covering all kinds of crazy stuff from back in the day. Dude, Echo Unlimited wearers. Kappa was
and
a big
NYMEX
one.
diesel April futures settle at $2.65 a gallon.
Kappa was like the cooler kids. Like you had some kids that were like, I got Umbros, man, they're cool, and then you'd be like, what's Kappa? You'd be like, oh, the really cool kids have Kappa. Nino's saying he knows a guy who funded his current business by finding cheap manufacturing overseas and importing hacky sacks. Dude, Spark-O-Matic, Big Johnson, co-ed naked t-shirts. You know what I didn't know was big so I used to see people with Salt Life t-shirts. And I never knew how big it was. And then I moved to the South briefly. And everyone, like Salt Life is it, right? Is that still big down there, I think? Probably. It's kind of like, oh, Pogues, baby. I remember Pogues. Popped colors on your pink polos. Oh, I know it was collars, not colors. Popping a collar. Butthead Bangers is saying UPST is moving. Get in, $14 call. It's still big. I never understood it either. Do you want me to Butthead? Do you want me to bring up the UPST real quick for you? He's saying UPST is moving. Oh, dude, UPST is really good. UPST very bullish right now.
Fed's bar says it's difficult to know if the Fed had the tools to prevent SVB's collapse. And says we could have done better on supervising.
UPST with a price target of $15.20. They might have a pullback, but even if they do, trade's not dead unless it goes below $13.29. UPST. UPST, as long as it holds $13.31, you've got a price target above of At least $15 or close to $15. There's some volatility up there. You got that gap to close at $14.40. It's a good shout out. Thanks, Butthead. It's a pump and dump. Well, it's not a pump and dump. It's above the threshold of tickers we can talk about. It's trading for $13.60. We'll let that one pass. It's not trading for 60 cents. Yeah, I was watching the VIX here. That's what I had it on, was the VIX. It's not doing shit, bro. VIX ain't doing nothing. Yeah, it's trading $19, and you want to know if it's bullish or bearish? It's bearish. It could trade down to $17 by Friday. It could trade 17 easy. It's hard right now it's really difficult. So what you're seeing happening in the market right now is, I am a hedge fund. I am short a basket of stocks. I'm going to remove my short into Friday, and it's going to squeeze up, and I'm going to long that stock. Make sense? I'm going to long that up into Friday. Then I'm going to reshort it into the next quarter. You're going to see other stocks. I've been long this stock for a quarter, and it hasn't gone to my price target. So I'm going to rip it into end of quarter. Then you have some stocks that are topped out, like maxed out, and they're going to start selling and putting hedges on those stocks to go down into next quarter. No, I've got a strangle, or a kind of a modified strangle. I got some puts on put protection on Friday, and then I've got 0-day calls for any kind of scam squeeze up into the bell here. Coach K is calling out falling wedge and double bottom on Zoom on ZM. Yeah, I'm looking for a break. I need to see a break up or down here. Any kind of break other than sideways. Anything sideways is not good for me. I need to see a break of this stuff here. Pick a direction, any direction. I'll take it. That's right. Window dressing. You got it. You got it. Winky's got it. Window dressing, positioning for ER season, all wrapped up into one. ER season, window dressing, positioning for Q2. It's all wrapped up into this next few days. So you can kind of like throw TA out the window for the next couple days. In my view, you can. TA, fundamentals, you just throw all that shit out the window. These are market mechanics being placed by, or taking place by large institutions. And then you've got some other mechanics of the options market interwoven into all this. Tesla, baby. Yeah, Damien, I'm excited for bank earnings as well. Winky and I have been having phone calls, talks after hours about it. Like, when do they start ripping like 7 days or 7 sessions before? Do they short them right into their earnings and then rip face afterwards? TA is life. Yeah, it's definitely a trader's market right now. I agree with that statement. It's a very good market for traders right now. It's been very profitable as a trade. Well, there's goods and bad to that, right? We've been reduced to a trader's market. Yeah, bears can't be bearish, bulls can't be bullish, and you're kind of just like trading zone to zone. I think I made a post about that. I was like, bulls and bears are gonna get fucked in this deal. It's yeah, Damien, of course, man. People are on all kinds of time zones here. We got people on
So in 10
Euro
minutes' time
time
now, we do expect
zones,
comments
people
from
on
Bank
West
of
Coast
England
time
man, who
zones, people
speaks
on
as a
Hawaiian
panelist
time
at the
zones.
39th Annual National Association for Business Economics, Economic Policy Conference on Inflation and Monetary Policy.
You should be careful. I'll show you guys. A weak dollar can actually signal a crash too. Especially if the market is, I'll show you some times where where the dollar has gone down, and it's a very bad indicator. Can actually show a crash coming too. Some divergences in the dollar can be very bad. You should look back on the dollar history. We've talked about it in stream in the past. I'm not going to talk about it today, but if you want me to at some point, I can. We can go over it. It takes like an hour to go over, but the dollar going down is not always good. I'm not saying that that's right now, but the dollar can be a good indicator or a inaccurate indicator for bullishness. There we go. Shiraz is saying he's on Arab time zone here in Qatar. What is that, Shiraz? Is that 14 hours away from Eastern Standard U.S. time? Or what are you on London time and GMT? Or what time is it there where you are, Shiraz, right now? Local time. Shiraz, what's your local time right now? Like dark 30?
Brent crude futures
Crack of dawn.
at $78.28 a barrel. That's down 37 cents or 0.47%.
I got some good friends that go to Qatar all the time.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
I would love to see this squeeze up into this bell. 9:42 p.m. Mountain time here in Arizona, baby. Love Arizona. Where are you at in Arizona? Yeah, I'm kind of stoked. I used to be West Coast time. I used to always be West Coast and then Mountain time, and trading those hours sucks. Sucks bad. Futures trading is the best out in the West. Now I'm on East Coast time. It's like it's awesome. Like Wall Street time, trading Wall Street time is baller. Well, I shouldn't say it's the best time to trade. You get some really cool like markets for like Japanese and Euro, right? And the Euros, people in Europe have some great trading times too. But like West Coast and Mountain Time trading sucks balls. Oh, Estrella Mountains, man. So Lord Pente is asking for a take on Tesla. We can do that. Do it right now. Sure. We'll do Tesla for you. If you guys have tickers you want me to look at, it's kind of for me, it's a boring day. So if you guys have some Some tickers you want called out, anything like that. Tesla's very similar to SPY right now. It's consolidating. It's trading above its hourly trigger right now, which is bullish. I'll briefly show you Tesla. You guys like when I do Tesla, like play by play, don't you? You guys know that. You guys know that I love trading Tesla, right? Fucking love trading Tesla. Wait until you get these tools,
So
man.
5 minutes away now to expect to see comments from Bank of England's man who speaks as a panelist at the 39th Annual National Association for Business and Economics.
Okay, so anything that I
Conference
tell
on
you right
Inflation
now, there's
and
like, it's
Monetary
always
Policy.
if this, then that, right? So right now, the daily is very positive for Tesla the whole day. The hourly is turning positive for Tesla. That's a positive. The 5 minute is bullish on Tesla. The 1 minute is not. So, what is this telling us? Overall, I'm bullish on Tesla currently. On the 1 minute, I'm not bullish. So, I'm expecting a pullback here on Tesla down to at least 191.78. We do see support on the hourly and the daily, which is bullish, right? We got nice bullishness here. We've got a 2-trigger cluster here. So I'm bullish on Tesla on the daily, the hourly, and then the 1 and 5 minute. And this cluster here, and this support in price is above the 5 minute. So this is all bullish structure to me. So I would be long here, Tesla. I'd be long right now on Tesla. As long as we stay above 191.73. Now it's trading 192.03. Price targets above. I'm going to have a natural close this right here. So I'm going to price target above of 192.47. I know right now that we've worn out sellers. We have sellers here, right? I know that we've worn them out here. We've worn them out here. And we're going to make one more attempt right here to wear those sellers out. Right? And get above. Now, I do think that you need not just, I don't think you can do it with the 1 and 5 minute alone. I think you need the hourly, which is right here to push you through. So if you want my take on this, your target above is 192.47. So I mean, you're looking at trade this right here, right? And the trade higher is still valid as long as you trade above 192.47 to attack new highs. What I think happens, though, is that you trade this, and we come back down, and then you get your confirmation trade, and then you make the move higher here. Make sense? So you trade this up, tag 192.47, come back down and try to tag 192.50 or 192 and a penny or something, and you start to get your push higher above these sellers. Your target above right now in this trade is going to be, it says that it's 193.53. It's likely lower. It's likely right here. It's likely right here. Hold on, I'm missing something here.
Surely expecting comments from Bank of England's man.
Sorry, I'm reading stuff right now. So here's your target. So it's always this, if this, then that, right? So you got the squeeze up here, right? You want to see the 1 and 5 minute as for confirmation that you're going higher, right? Or even this right here. There's two ways this can go. This can go here and wait for the 1 and 5 minute to come up. And as long as these things hold, you should be good. Right here. So there's the enter right there. And this requires, as long as you hold the 1 and 5 minute, it's still a valid trade. So you already have the 1 and 5 minute. It's right here. Right? On your own charts at home, you already have that. And then you'd have this come up right here. So as long as price stays above, the trade is still good, right? And specifically this red line right here. As long as price stays above this red line, you're good. So you make your way up here. Hold on here. You make your way up here with price, right? And as long as it holds on the 1 or the 5, you're still valid. Does that make sense? Valid, 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 valid. If price breaks below here, the trade becomes invalid. Does that make sense to you? So there you are right there. Make sense? So we'll do it right now. So we'll do this on a regular chart at home for you. So on Tesla, $191.83, $191. $191.77, $191.10, right here. This down here is your hourly triggers, just so you know where it's at. It's right there. There's your hourly trigger right there. And you're going to have your price targets. 1 second here. 193.50. Right here. There's your Tesla track right here. As long as you stay above, as long as you can do this by yourself, just by having this right here. This will show you your track, all valid. If you start to break below here, the trade is no longer valid. Make sense? You start trading up here, you're good to go. If you trade below, you're fine. But if you start to trade below this and reject, trade is now dead. Does that make sense? Burnt. The more that you retest your 5 minute, the weaker the move up is. So you'll be looking for that right now. You got a bullish crossover right here too. You can actually see the bullish crossover starting on Tesla right here. Maybe next time. And as long as price stays above this red line right here, you will continue higher. Count the time on a clock. Any successful retest of the red line, you're still a valid trade up to 193.50. Now, with all that said, if you're like, ooh, Cap, I'm even more bullish than that, Captain. I feel like I'm even more bullish than this, Captain. This is what I'm going to tell you. So we're going to go to a 15-minute chart here. This is what I'm going to show you here. See that green box right there? Oh, hold on. So this is a declining, like bull. This is a declining right here. It's like bulls for a squeeze need to trade above 200. Then they need to trade above 199. Then they need to trade above 197. Then they needed to trade above 195.34. Now bulls just have to trade above 193.79. For that trade, right? So keep this valid here. So price needs to get above here, right? To validate this bigger move higher, right? Oh, this larger move higher. Do you want to know where that trade is to? Ultimately, where that trade is to? Oh boy, it's up there. Hold on a minute. $193.64. Your next target above is 223.14. It's going to sound insane. There. Well, that's your next target right there. 223.14. You would have to maintain price at all times above. That sounds crazy. You'll have speed bumps along the way. You'd have a speed bump right here. Right there. Right there. Right there. There. There it is right there. $223.14 right there. Sell, sell, sell. This will be your hardest sell right here. Yeah, you get that up there. Bam, 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 bam. May, June, right there. X marks the spot. Minute. Yeah, right there. There is 15-minute chart right there. You need to get above this and hold it. magic number. Probably the best fucking TA you're going to get in technical analysis you're going to get from anybody out there. I don't think anybody else is going to give you a better technical analysis of Tesla. Right there. Magic number. And as long as you hold this, it'll move up too as time goes on. But as long as you hold this green box will move as time moves on. And be supportive. And you'll get another box below. That is at 187.73. Right here. As long as these two boxes continue higher. So you need to see these, this one and this one. This box and this box should move higher with you. As long as price stays above both of these, still valid. 223. Remember when I told you it needs to get to a certain number to become bullish? I bet if you're a Tesla bull, you can just taste how close you are. I bet you can just smell it here. All this hard work and brutality in here to get back up here. And now I do want to warn you that you can see right here that sell side's like, fuck you, you ain't going there. And they're gonna do that down here too. They're gonna be sitting here waiting for you. Now
FDIC mole squeezing the biggest banks as it plugs $23 billion hole.
That's really loud. So, but with that being said, one thing on bull's side right now is these two right here. You need this velocity to destroy these sellers here and squeeze them out.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick.
So an example would be
daily
this.
pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at ToTheTick.
If this was down here,
is facing almost $23 billion in costs from recent bank failures.
and this was down
and is
here,
considering steering a larger than usual portion of that burden to the nation's biggest banks, according to people with knowledge of the matter.
you would expect this to trade here and roll down. Does that make sense?
Assessment on the industry in May to shore
Does that make
up
sense?
a $128 billion deposit.
You'd expect
insurance
failure
fund
in here.
That's set to take hits after the recent collapse of SVB and Signature Bank. The regulator, under political pressure to spare small banks, has noted it has latitude in how it sets those fees.
Now these are helping you, and as long as you hold these, the bullish trade stays valid. Now sellers are going to try to sell this, sell this, sell this, sell this, sell this. They're going to do the best job.
After that.
But if you can get up, if you see price can get up here and hold and consolidate while this one down here comes up, you would have the velocity necessary to escape velocity from these sellers, right? So there you go. We'll look at a 1 minute here. You can see how the trade is playing out right now. The 1 minute, see how it's still valid right in here. And you'll be watching this. You'll be watching this one right here. Validates you on the day right here. All right. And even when we go up, you'll see sometimes that if it doesn't get up there fast enough, you'll see, whoa. Hold on here. What you'll see is price will have velocity. It'll recheck its 1 minute, which it just did, and said we're going up. That's what it just did. Just said we're going up. Now you have time. You've got it's 3:04. You've got till 3:15 to at least make a new high, right? Then you get till 3:30 to make a new high. And if you don't, it'll come back down and check the 5 minute, and if the 5 minute tells you fuck you, we're still bullish, it'll continue higher. So you have to track this all throughout the day here, and make sure. And you like this box right here, this daily on Tesla, 187.71, 771. This box should be red, not yellow. This is your 5-minute box. So this is the only thing that keeps you valid right here. Trade's only valid as long as you stay on this 5-minute and 1-minute chart. Make sense? You hold this, you're still valid on an upside move. Make sense? This is your hourly trigger. I'll just write this in here. I got the caps on. You're going to get a small T. I apologize. Hourly trigger. This is your fallback, like buy the dip. This is sell, sell, sell if you get underneath here. If you get underneath the hourly trigger, like it starts doing this shit, we're going down to the 187. Make sense? For this line of trading right here is your main support right here for this trade. And then this is your daily trigger over here. Daily trigger. This is like escape velocity up here. And why am I calling that your thing is because this is called emotion right here. This is actually your weekly trigger right here. This is the emotional trade. This is where all the emotion is right here. It's where like bulls, bears get, this is like the emotion, right? This is where bears and bulls get really freaky right at this orange box. Bears want to sell the fuck out of this all the time, and bulls always want to get above it. Because this is trend for weekly, right? Weekly trend up. Like we're going to define trend on this weekly. Define an up or down move. Always volatility here. This is a big thing, right? For bears and bulls. It means something. It's trend for some time period. And you'll see these sellers will pressure you. You'll see pressure in here from sellers because of how emotional it is, right? Bears are like, if you're a bear, you're like, fuck you, bulls. You're not fucking going to 223. If you're a bull, you're like, if we just get over 194.3, we're going to go to fucking 223, and it's going to be a face ripper and make so much money. So you have this very emotional state in supply and demand right where we are right here. Like very emotional, means a lot. Now, with that said, where's the safe trade here? The safe trade is for bears to sell. This is actually the safe trade for bears. The safe trade for bulls is after you get up here, consolidate, and confirm it. So you'd have like a squeeze higher, you'd come back down, and then this week hourly trigger will be here, and this daily trigger will be here. And it'll tell you yes or no, we're going up to 223.
Bank of England's man.
This is where the money trade comes in for bulls, right over here. So still work to be done for bulls. Still work to be done. But if bulls are able to get above the weekly trigger and the hourly and the daily come up and we confirm it, you will see a bull run on Tesla to 223, which is pretty fucking big. So if you're a bull, good job, good work. You've done great. Expect resistance that you have to smash through. And then you need confirmation. Because here's another thing that happens up here is you end up getting the squeeze higher. And it's false, right? It's just like this. Right? Bears step right in. You don't have the hourly. You don't have the daily. And it just goes right back down here to do some more consolidation. Does that make sense? Or even fall off and get down underneath. So what you really want is to smash up here and buy some time consolidating as
The House
this
Financial
hourly
Committee hearing
and this
on bank
daily
failures
gets up
has
here,
concluded.
even if you squeeze, even if you like blast off, it's going to be fake. Usually, it'll come back down. And if your hourly and daily are here, this would do the confirmation that you need as a bull to get to 223. And bears would be, knocked off their. I would have a stop above. If I was a bear and I'm shorting here, and I see that hourly and I see a check on hourly and daily, and we bounce and start going higher, I'd be pulling my shorts off the market right then and there, or off Tesla right there. I'd be scared if I was a bear there. Blasting higher now on SPY, taking out the top of PT1 at 477, just smashing and bashing almost to the pinstrike up there. You can see it right there, just grinding, melting up higher and higher right now. Just grinding, grind. New high of the day in tech. HYG blasting, shorts on SPY, trying to say, no, bro, we're not going up. And all you're waiting for if you're a bull right now is to overrun, like literally run over shorts. And if you do run over shorts, we know what happens. It goes just like this. It goes straight the fuck up. It's like, woof.
Bank of England's man says that lower inflation
It goes straight vertical.
expectations supported a smaller hike.
You can see him stepping in right here. Boom. Get down there. We're trying to hedge the market here. Don't fuck with us. We're long all these basket stocks, and we don't want the SPY going up. Puts are cheap. We're not supposed to buy puts, 0 dates on the SPY, but we do. Or we're a dealer doing that, believe it or not. Dealer, I'm a dealer. I got to temper the SPY right now. Cool your jets. I got to hedge the SPY while I try to run a basket, or these hedge funds are running baskets up right now. Try to simplify this shit for you guys. Trying to make it sound simple. And VIX is about to have a bloodbath here. Or it could possibly have a bloodbath. If we squeeze like this, VIX would just fucking $17, baby. I'll probably grab some penny calls into this close, too. So if we don't squeeze up into this close, I'll probably buy with some cheap-ass calls for tomorrow. Some 0 dates. Because if we squeeze up to 403 on the open, pretty big fucking move right there. 30 points in the overnight. Yeah, they're trying to hedge the SPY against all this shit they're doing. They're trying their best. There's like sell side right here that's like, we're about to get squeezed. There's the two targets on the upside right there so you can see them. Two big upside targets, 4059, 4055. The FDIC contemplates squeezing biggest banks as it plugs $23 billion hole You know what that means? We're fucking printing money, or we're recycling money we printed and removed from the system. Fed's bar is saying it's unclear whether the Fed had the tools to prevent the collapse of SVB. I'm going to bet that SVB is trading like 20 or 30 bucks in about 2 years. I'll put a bet on that. I'll bet that happens. I'll bet you see SVB just starts getting stupid in a couple of years. They have 20. They're worth, I think it's 20 cents right now. They buy like a fucking 10 grand worth of 20-cent OTC pink sheets on SVB and don't look at it for 2 years. I don't believe that. I don't believe that. Look at Luckin Coffee. You can all these companies that go down to the pink sheets, they've all ripped faces off. Every single one of them. As long as they're viable and they can repackage them. Squeezing now 478, 315 hour of power into the OPEX end of quarter, trading 4081 right now. Just ripping faces off. 4081 just blasting shorts right now. Starting to squeeze higher. 482, 494. Give me 402 prints, baby. Come on, 402. Get up there. Trading 40101, 40103. Squeeze them out right now. I am making money right here. Come on, 402. Keep on squeezing, baby. Get on up there and make me my money. Get up there and make me my money. 40112 right now, squeezing up. Keep going. Don't fucking stop. Trading 11 cents right now on 402C. Squeeze them, baby. 40113. Squeeze the fuck out of them right now. Get them up there. Melt it up. Trading 40112. 4018. Trading 12 cents on 402C. They were as low as 3 cents. As low as 3 cents you could buy those. Now trading 12 cents, 400% on the low in that trade.
Financial conditions have loosened in the UK.
Smashing financial conditions have loosened in the UK. Come on now, give me 40148. Give me 40148. Give me 40199. Give me a fucking melt up. I want the VIX to fucking die. Give me $17 on the VIX, please. 40108 right now. Patience in time. Patience in time. Trading 40113. Trading 12 cents right now on 402s. Can we get 50 cents? Can I get 50 cents on 3 cent calls? Trading 40119, 40120, 40125. Squeeze them, baby. 40124. This is the SPY pump room. Trading 40123. Smashing and bashing. Don't hesitate to take money off the table if you want to keep some money in your pocket. Trading 15 cents right now on 402Cs. Give me more. I want more. I'm greedy. Taking some off the table here. Just got 14 cents. You got some runners on right now. I haven't groaned yet, have I? I'm just screaming here. You got no moaning for me. You got an old man screaming to you in the background. Trading 40125 right now. 40126 on a high. Can I get 40148? Give it to me. Give it to me. Squeeze it up there. Give me 402. I double dog dare you. Give me 402. Give me 50 cents. Just give me a face ripper. Give me like 6,000% print on the middle of a Wednesday dog day afternoon. Just rip some faces off up here. Look at these bears like stumbling backwards like, oh, come on, man. Come on, man. Telling you it's going to squeeze just 5 minutes ago. There goes the squeeze for you. Just squeeze them out. Just go keep going. Squeeze them out. Give me 401.48. Smash them. Watch out up here. You see us? We just bounced off that big red line up here. Keep your eyes on Bookmap right now, okay? You see this stuff over here? Want to keep see that right there? We got places to go. We got what's that up there? Is that 407? Is that 4060? Is that the JPM caller? What is that? What does SPX got to do? Where's XPX at right now? Let's look at some SPX action over here. We got a SPX checking in at 402732. It is still not hit 4065 at this point. Bears unreal right now. Bears on FinTwit right now, freaking out. They're like, oh shit. Bears for the past week probably long $20 million in puts since January 1, 2022. With a hope and a prayer that we'd trade 600 into end of quarter. Utter devastation and disaster, fueling a rip-facing rally into the end of quarter. Trading 401.21 on SPY. SPX still has not hit 4065. 401.24 right now. Can we go higher? Can we hit 401.48? Can we hit 401.99 today? Do we hit PT2? Where's PT2? Oh, yeah, baby. 403.19. Can we make millionaires today? I don't know. 401.31 trading right now. Looking for 401.48. Tag it and slap it. Slap that yellow line. Slap the H line. Slap Jason Hendricks. Dude, slap Jason Hendricks' line up there. Please, please, please. Just slap it. Trading 401.32 right now. Can we just get up there and just slap it? Smash through that little bit of orange up there. If you are long, take some off the table. Could have pullbacks along the way. You see this orange box right here where we are right now, right? This is that. Resistance is futile, bulls. Don't even think about it, bulls. You're not getting up there, bulls. There's the orange line that you see on Bookmap right now. They're like, no, you're not getting up there, bulls. You start smashing through this stuff right here. This is your next zone to smash up and slam into 401.99. You get the 1 minute chart just screaming higher on us right now up here into the close. What is going to happen? We've got 3:22 in the afternoon. Can we keep cranking? I don't know, man. If you missed it, maybe there's something like that coming along the way over here. We also got a 5 minute line below. We have, there it is, poking its head up. You see it poking its head up down there. What else we got going on up here? We got this. Oh, look at it. It's right there. See it? Oh, it's right. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on here. We got to wipe that stuff up out right there. We got to go over there. I should probably become a horse race announcer or something like that. Come on over here, right up in there. Right up like in there, like so. If they reject price right here. If they reject price right here, we can start coming back down. Maybe there's another dip buy right there. Maybe there's another dip buy right in there to the close. Kind of thin. You got bears out there like kind of thin support here, Cap. There's no support right here. You can see it, bro. Quick reversal candle on the SPY, tagging above. Supply zone. Oh, bulls coming back right now. They're like, we're not done here yet. We're gonna clear out some of these shorts above right now. You thought we were done? Surprise, MNFer. Nice squeeze up for the bulls here. Gorgeous squeezing for the bulls. Just smashing through. Resistance is futile. How much of saying trading? We're not in a bear market. We're in a sideways market. Bear market ended May 15th, 2022. Not in a bear market. Haven't been in some time. This is a trader's market. This is a sideways up and down market. Has been since May 15th, 2022. Bear market ended. We're in a trough. We're in a sideways trough. We're in the slums. What does that mean for you? It means the buy bottoms and sell tops until we break out. Buy bottoms, sell tops. Buy bottoms, sell tops. If anyone out there has been telling you we're in a bear market, you can go back and check my videos. we ended that that bear market a long time ago. No, we're not. Actually, in my view, we're not. We're in the trough. I can just bring. You mean to show it to you? I'll just show it to you. Hold on. I'll show you exactly where we are. I can show you where we are. I can show you where we are in the business cycle. I can show you where we are in all of it right now. The bear market started in December of 2020, in my viewpoint. Bear market started in December 2020. We're in a trough right now, under a normal market. Now there are collapse bears saying we're in 2008, where you get the normal bear market, and then we get the collapse down to 1400. But I can just show it to you. I don't need to call shit out that's not true. So I can show you a normal I can just show you the facts, right? Excuse me, the facts. Excuse me. Hold on, let me see if I can show it to you in a nice way here. Try to be nice with a trough. I already showed you guys where we are on the business cycle 18 different times. So I'm going to show you a nice, beautiful chart what a trough looks like. I get a beautiful chart for you for what a trough looks like. Because in a trough, you get you don't always, but you sometimes get a capitulation move in a trough. There was a ticker that had a great one, and I forget the name of the ticker now, that shows a trough. Let me see if I can show it on SPX. Because I can show examples of it. What happens is, oh yeah, this is a good one right here. This is a great one right here. Ooh, what? Oh, they won't show me this one. Why won't they show me that? Hold on. Show you a great trough. Let me see if I can show it to you a better way. I'm trying to bring up something for you right now, and I can't. So let me bring up what a trough is. So, basically, hold on. Basically, we're down in this place, right? We're gonna be range bound trading in here, and in this range bound, this is up and down. This is May until now, and you'll get moments where we trade under or above, but we always pull back into this range. Sometimes we get a bloodbath, capitulation move, and then you'll get a signal when we break above that the correction is over, that the bear market is over. So I guess some people could say this is the bear. We're still in a bear market here, but to me this is consolidation, trough trading, like sideways trading. We're in sideways market right now. This is not guaranteed, and this is why when you break below, you actually buy this, you DCA all of this, because historically we sometimes have this move and sometimes we don't. So you do want to be DCAing down here. This problem here, though, is that right now the Fed is extending this right now, which is a major problem. Well, not major. We have timing issues. We have Fed tools being misused at the inappropriate times. We have business cycles that are starting regardless of where we are in the market. So this is also, in previous history, you'll see times where we've had really bad economic conditions and the stock market trades against it, right? So you'll hear people say that. I can show you historically how I've had bad economic conditions. Stock market keeps trading. It's because those business cycles don't stop. And not only do those business cycles don't stop, you'll hear Fed officials do memoirs and books and say in these memoirs, we don't actually know if we impact inflation. We don't actually know if we make impacts on the stock market or on the economy. And to their point, they're saying to you that if they make them at the wrong time, or if they make them at the right time, they look like they're doing something that's important. If they do them at the wrong time, you'll notice that inflation just does its own thing. It just kind of comes up and down over time. Unemployment
Early
comes
marks
up and
on
down
close
over time.
imbalance currently
What
sitting
right
at
now we're doing,
945 million to the buy side.
right now what we're doing is we have a moment in history with the coronavirus, COVID, where we injected a shit ton of cash into the economy, and we were in 2019. We're like, hey, we're going into a recession. Everybody's ready for a rollover in the market, but then you handed people you handed like businesses like, here's $1 million cash, and of course I'm consuming news articles that say, oh look, this person on TikTok, they got arrested for fraud. They took all that $1 million and they bought a Bentley and they went to fucking Vegas and they went skiing all winter. But what you don't know is that there's another 8 or 9 people out there that didn't do that. They paid their fucking mortgage. They bought a fucking house. They fucking bought a house with cash. They fucking bought a new truck with cash. They renovated their home. They started a business. They got a college education. They actually did that shit. That's fucking with the program right now. And it's not something that the Fed really can do anything about. They can try, and they're like, hey, we're gonna tighten the unemployment, or we're gonna tighten the market in employment market. But there's demand for it because everybody was locked up for fucking 2 years, 3 years in some cases. So people are like, I want to work. People are like, I started a business, damn it. Hey, people want their lawn mowed. They didn't get it mowed for 3 years, 2 years, and gosh darn it, they want it done. So you have like all these different moving parts that are not natural, and you're seeing it, right? You're seeing an unnatural raising of rates. You're seeing banks that are ill-equipped to handle that, and honestly, all these moving parts are going around. You've got the business cycle. It's like, fuck it, we're continuing on, right? No matter what you're doing, you can do whatever the fuck it is you want to do. And then you've got people that aren't ready to have bad debt cleared out yet. It's going to take longer than expected. You're going to have people that don't. You got like the majority of people have low rates on their mortgages. The majority of people have just bought their house. Majority. You've got people out there. We got Mary, the landscaper. I talk about her all the time. You got Mary, the landscaper. She's like nothing they're gonna do is gonna affect me, right? So she's gonna take 3 to 5 years. You got the Fed that knows this is going on. The Fed's like, I'm just gonna keep hitting the lever and destroying these people, and these people aren't ready to be flushed out anymore. We fucked it up in COVID. We fucked it up. So to say we can't not have a bottom right now, to say we can't trade sideways and up for even an extended period of time, not true, not true, not true. All that's not true. I always love, too, when people are like, they compare shit to 08 and 2000, and I'm like, did we get a cash injection to Mary in 08? Did you give Mary $500,000 fucking dollars? No. Did you give Mary $500,000 fucking dollars right before 2000? Fuck no, you didn't. And, not every Mary went to Vegas. Some Marys, they fucking did the right thing. You can see it this year. You can see it right now that people are buying. We have the highest cash housing buyers ever. People are just taking cash like, fuck it, I'll just buy some homes with some cash. We didn't have that. You had some people that were savvy in 2000 and 2008 that did that. But today, you got people and they're like, oh, this is the worst. The credit card spending is the worst ever. Savings accounts are the worst ever. These people have rental homes that are pumping out cash every month to them. Like free money printer, for a renter. Not everybody, but a class of people do. So it's all effed up right now. Like classic expectations of market performance are out the window right now, in my view. They're out the window. Like classic, hey, expect this or see that, or we're going to do this or we're going to do that. I'm like, man, They have jacked this up so bad. The Fed and the Treasury Department have jacked this up so bad. In my view, it might have been better if they tightened less and allow Mary to have her home need repairs, her business to need new equipment, her truck to get a little bit older, and just let it ride for a few years. Maybe you deal with a little bit of wage spiral for a few years, and you let it work itself out. You just chill out. But right now, the things that the Fed or the Treasury are doing, it's a disaster. It's a disaster, and we're going into a new business cycle. You can see it everywhere. You could see it when oil got clipped. You could see it when financials got clipped. You can see the bid in tech. You're just like walking like a duck, talking like a duck. Does it become retarded, right? I mean, like retarded, like you're like retarding a motor or something like that. It probably does. It's not really going to be just like this bear market's not going to be like a normal bull market. It's going to be kind of like this mutated, half-assed bull market. You're going to get a half-assed bottom to buy. It's really, really messy. The scary part here too is if we continue higher, you're going to get a larger collapse down the road. You would in like 3 to 5 years see an 08 or 2000 type crash. So it's just been stretched out, and it's a disaster. The whole thing is a disaster. Historically, you don't see you see bull runs historically every 1 to 3 years. So what are you going to do? You're telling me then you got politics and elections coming into this cycle. You're going to have politicians that are going to be running on just one thing and one thing only. Are your taxes too high? Are you not getting paid enough? Are you paying too much in interest rates right now? I'm going to run for president, and I'm going to rescind all that stuff, and everybody's going to get paid. And you're going to see people go into the election booth, and they're going to pull that lever. You're going to tell you they're not, but they are. They've done it in the past. We have examples of it. Ronald Reagan did it in the past. So as time passes, there's more of a likelihood of the market just saying, fuck it, we're going up. Which is fucked up, but that's what it is. It's really crazy. Yeah, you're going to get like a better version, likely they're going to try to find, whether he wins or not, you're likely going to, and you know what? This is a scary one. But at least with my Wall Street hat on, man, Biden reminds me of Trump. I'll say it. He reminds me of a nicer, more acceptable version of Trump to some extent, that's going to send the Democrats and the Republicans off the edge. They both remind me of each other. In their policies, like actual policies, they're not too far off. Some of them aren't, right? We know that the Ukraine shit isn't, but a lot of stuff is like not too far off. Look that up in the background sometimes. There's differences, but there's a lot of common shit. Which reminds you maybe that the Senate, right, and the DNC and the RNC are more in bed than you think. But it's weird. Like we have this like really weird place in the market right now. And it'll be fascinating to see what the hedging is. So if you're bearish and you think this is just the first leg down, you want to see what the JPM collar is, right? I'm sure that you're going to be, if you're a serious bear, you're probably waiting to see what that lower end number is. If you see that lower end number and it's much higher, maybe that does free us up for a crash. Because if nobody's hedged for it, that's usually when we do have a crash, right? If everybody's like, "Ooh, we're bullish, we're going to all-time highs." But if we stay hedged, if this market stays hedged, we're gonna go straight up. We're gonna go straight up. You guys keep hedging.
Bank of England's
keep buying puts.
Core and services inflation
keep hedging lower lows in the market. May 15th, man. Perfect example. Just been grinding up. We had some lows. It's trading outside of ranges, but the trend is sideways and up. It's been like that for a year, a full year, because everybody's bearish. Market is way overhedged. way overhedged. It's well hedged
This
into
stream
Friday.
is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike
It's
allows
well
you
hedged
to
into
actually
Friday.
hear order flow futures, forex, and stock instruments.
It's well
Get
hedged
a
right
free
into
trial
Friday.
at tickstrike.com.
It's been well hedged since January 1. I didn't forget.
Bank of England's man says getting CPI back down to 2%
We're well
will be
hedged.
challenging.
We're super hedged. JPM collar hedge is down to 3,006 into March 31st. We're super hedged. We got free money
Sterling
being
markets on
pumped back
close
into the
imbalance,
system.
Still 945 million to the buy side.
You can label it whatever you want. You got banks being supported. You got the next round coming up. You've got commercial real estate is about to get supported. You wait and see it. I'll predict it right now. You're gonna watch you're gonna see commercial real estate is gonna have a nightmare moment. And you're going to see the Fed step right in and back it all up. Guaranteed. They're already doing it. The Treasury Department, not the Fed. The Treasury Department. They're already been doing it for 2 years. Treasury Department hasn't even been messing with commercial-backed securities. Ask about that out there. Why don't you ask one of you guys that deals with commercial real estate and say, have they been backing up the bond market for commercial real estate? And they're going to say, fuck yeah, they have. They show up at the auction. What the fuck? Ain't no QE free money land anymore. Hold on a second here.
Bank of England's man
Hold
says it's going to be difficult for banks to do its job in the second half of year. Just repeat it there.
Ain't no free money land.
For a bank to do its job in the second half of the year as headline inflation slows but core remains persistent.
Ain't no free money land. Let's see if we can show that where there is free money just flowing right now. Ain't no free money land. Boy, oh boy. Oh boy. How many am I going to show you? I'm going to show you you going to show you state, local, federal, and household and business debt. It's just gone up. I'm going to show it to you on screen. I can. It's just gone up. It's never stopped. It never stopped in 2021. It never stopped in 2022. I got it sitting here on another screener, but I don't want to bring it up. I'm too lazy. Fed balance sheet, U-turn, straight up. U-turn, just made a U-turn. We wiped out all the hard work we did in what, 2 weeks? For what we did we broke our ass. We're like we're poor people. Broke our asses for 2 years, right? Took it on the chin. And then the Fed just did a U-turn and said, we're going to support the banks. You know that when the Fed was removing money from the system, some of it they were trying to get rid of, and the other part of it, they warehoused it and called it clean. They were like, it's off the books. But it really wasn't. They still had it. They're like, we're not creating free money. We're just using the money that we warehoused and took off the books. That's really what they were doing. So it's a scam. You know who did a great job of this? Jedi fucking Marcus. Last summer. Jedi Marcus last summer said, here's the link. And no one gave him any love for it. I think he got like 7 likes. But if you click through it and actually read what the Fed was doing, this was last summer. The Fed quietly released the mechanics of how they were removing liquidity from the system. And if you read it closely, you could read that they're like, well, they're like, this is what we're going to do. We're going to try to remove the liquidity from the system. And if we can't get rid of it, we're just going to warehouse it, but put it on the books as being removed. It's the same thing as balancing the budget, basically in reverse. They're like, you know, like that. We're operating at a deficit, but if they expand payment or if they expand money coming in, they can balance the budget even though they're expanding the budget. Does that make sense? So it looks great on paper, but it's not really real. Trading back up again to 401.19, 401.20, 401.20.
53 million to the buy side.
Just burr, baby, burr. It's kind of gross. I'm with a bear on this stuff. Like, look, man, I don't know. Like, I'll be honest with you. You might not know me, okay? But you may not know me, but I know that some of you out there know me privately. And I know a lot of you and I have a lot of money to spend in the stock market. Like I want to buy Tesla at $65. I want to just dump money in the stock market if I could. Can't do that right now. So if you're a bear and you're like, you know, you dumb bulls, perma bulls, can't stand you. The truth is that a real bull with real money is begging for a market crash. Fucking begging. You know, it's not, I don't want to go up to 460. I want to go down to like 2,800. If you told me we're going to 1,400 and we did, I'd be stoked. But they're scamming us. I don't know a bull with real money, not like 500, not $1,000, not 100 grand. I mean people with money. I don't know a single person that has a lot of money that's like, every person that I know with a lot of money is like, I have to buy property. I have to put it into a fund. I have to have my money managed. I have to make sure that I'm chasing inflation and staying ahead of inflation. When all they want to do is buy a market bottom, man. I'll be honest with you. That's the truth behind the scenes. They need to protect their money because inflation's continuing higher. We're not actually fighting the rate of inflation, or we're fighting inflation, but not the rate of inflation going up. So people with real money are like are right now in panic, not panic, but hey, I need my money to just stay with where we're heading. And in real terms, inflation is still going up in real deal dollars. Money is worth less every month, every year. And this U-turn that was just taken means that the stock market has to be repriced up. You know, and until they get real on that shit, until we're at like 7-8 points, something like that, they won't reprice the stock market down. That's just like real stuff. Yeah, I like buying bonds. That's what Gunlack is saying, right? That you'll find all these banks are going to say that. They're going to be like, "Hey, man, we moved all the money into bonds. You got to pay that for us." But when does it pay? This summer? Does it pay in a week, like normal week, month in summer? Does it pay in September? Does it pay in December? I'm not anti that trade. I like that trade. I like that TLT trade on lows, buying it and holding it for a year. I'm down with that trade. See, I understand. People are like, I hear them say like, what, like JPOW was like, if you watch that whole JPOW speech, he's like, I'm hoping that the credit crunch does the rest of the work that needs to be done. But he also said, I don't think this is the last rate hike we're doing. And I'm like, that's right. And that shit, just saying that, because if you credit crunch me and I bought a business, I talk about Mary all the time. I'm like, Mary probably bought a brand new truck, probably bought a trailer, bought a bunch of lawnmowers, and we reopened, and she's got a bunch of accounts. And now, like corporate, commercial accounts. She's got regular, steady business. And she's now doing lawn mowing at all these places. And normally, a credit crunch would hurt Mary. But Mary needs her equipment to get old and her truck to get old. And these piss off enough accounts, right? Just like upset enough customers, have some maturity in her business, those kinds of things. And we don't have that. There's like parts of this shit that's all messed up right now.
Proposes
Now squeeze in 401.52.
Companies' authorizations to provide telecommunication services.
There's a lot of like messed up shit in our whole entire system right now that's not matching up right. Yeah, new high of day right now. It's really messed up. I'm a bull, but I'm a bear. Like, I don't think I know anybody with real money that wants to see this market trade sideways, trade up. Like somebody trying to trade, like, I work all week long and I'm spending $1,000. I'm going to try to make 30 grand or 25 grand and hit it lucky at one out of 10 times. They got a real life and stuff like that. Those people want the market to go up.
$2 billion to the buy
But
side, just waiting for the
and they're the
final
loudest
orders
group,
before we
right?
call
They're the
it.
loudest people out there. But people with money, they don't. Nobody with money wants to see the market go up. They want to see a bottom.
$2 billion to the buy side.
They want to see a market crash. They want to be able to deploy cash. Shit, dude, if I could buy houses right now for, like, if some guy out there that's got his $1 million home, $2 million, $5 million home, and so, like, Destin, Florida. I was gonna buy a house in Destin, Florida, pre-COVID, and I was looking at homes there, and I'm like, ooh, man, this shithole's like $150,000. What a steal! I'm like, I can buy this shithole, renovate it, and I can park a boat down there, and that's my second home. It's in the U.S. It's cheap.
Points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
Pay cash for it. Just own it outright. Then I put it off. I'm like, oh man, I can't move during COVID. Can't move the kids. So, it's not bad form. All this stuff's bad form. I'm just hunker down and just do what I'm supposed to do. That kind of stuff. I'll drive to go skiing. I'll stay off airplanes. I'll do my part. Come back to go look at houses in Destin, Florida now. Can't fucking buy a house. Or I can't justify buying a house in Destin, Florida. And there's not much available. And not at the price that I wanted at. So what do I got to do? I'm sitting here waiting. Waiting. And I'm trying to stay just high enough. Keep my cash flow just high enough that I can wait for someone else to fail. And so when you're telling me housing market's going to crash in Destin in the next 3 months because of a credit crunch, I'm fucking laughing at that. I don't see that happening for 3 to 5 years. That's real talk. That's like real deal talk right there. Marie already got to cut Marie by a lot. Now squeezing 40160. Like, I agree with, under normal if we didn't do this bullshit with COVID, this fucking market would be on fire right now. We were due so bad. This market, we would have been so due. The COVID messed this whole thing up. COVID's a disaster. I blame COVID. And I blame how he managed it. I think we haven't managed something like this. And so we're like fumbling everything. It's like one big fumble. All my money burned in puts. Just blasting higher now. 40160. Yeah, no, I get the tinfoil hat stuff. I think they're just fucking it. Well, it's not just incompetent. I don't think anybody, not maybe some people can. It'd probably take a lot of data science to know the mechanics of how this is going to work, the interplay of all this stuff. You can see the business cycle doesn't even care. Yeah, I'll try to find for you guys some of these quotes from some of these Fed. So sometimes you'll find previous Fed presidents will disclose stuff like from 20 years ago, 30 years ago. They'll write
2% and eyes the highest close since August.
They'll actually write their thoughts and say, we don't even know if this actually works. It's just timing, right? Or not just. In the past, it's just timing. You've got data scientists, economists that say, well, we know we're injecting money in the system, new money, right, for young people. We know that they were going to give them free money for 7 years, 10 years. We're going to check back on them and see if they squandered it, if they failed, or if they were successful. There should be a natural ending to the business cycle at that mark. The good businesses will continue on and survive. The bad ones won't. Right now, we don't have that normal business cycle because we did this fake-ass injection of money that saved a lot of people that were otherwise due to get wrecked. People were otherwise going to wash out of the system, got a second chance. They're not washed out of the system, I guess, is ultimately the point. They haven't been washed out. And now you've got the Fed doing more QE, man. You can call it whatever you want. It's QE. That's what it is. I don't care if they're telling you it's not QE. I don't care how they package it. I don't care what they tell you. We know what the balance sheet is. We know it's gone up. It's done a U-turn. They can claim whatever they want. Trading back down to the 1 minute at 401.20, a high of 401.60. Now into tomorrow, Thursday and Friday, it's starting to look like the melt up, isn't it? So you have to consider. So into this close, we're going to take a look at a few things here. We're going to SPY. We know that we have a magnet above at 4065 on SPX. We're not there yet. We know if we're looking at upper bound here on SPY, right? We can snap this line, I guess. We can do something like this, some old school trading shit. It's right up there. Right? You trade this, you trade all the way up. It's pretty nasty, right? That move is pretty nasty. Right? And this is like the low downside move here, right? That's the low side. The upside is way up here. Right? Start seeing how low and how high the expectation is here. There's also a place where sellers stepped in way back here. Right? Sellers way back here, way back here. Sellers lower here. Sellers lower. You can see we've broken above these sellers right here. We should expect squeezing up to these sellers here at PT2. And then we have some high targets of 405 up in here. Do we grind up? We are right now. Today we're grinding up. We grinded up yesterday. We grinded up today. The expectation would be we're going to try to grind this up into 4065 into the end of OPEX. I don't know if we do or don't. I still have some puts as protection for the rest of the next couple days. I've got some put protection for Friday. So if we roll over, I should be fine. But either way, I'm going to trade this up every day into the close. If we start melting up, if we keep melting up, we start gapping up overnight, that kind of stuff. You see where those levels are here, right? We are out of range at this point. We're looking for some measured moves higher. I want you to just consider those. Earlier this morning, I said to you, if we squeeze up here, I said to you, if we do squeeze into the weekend, in a Friday this morning, I'd said to you guys, I'd said to you guys, if we do end up squeezing into the weekend, my preference is I always trade better when we do the squeeze up, come back down into tomorrow, squeeze up, come back down into tomorrow, squeeze up, and possibly have that target up there. We did it again today. There it went. You can see it. See it again. See it again. Do I think we get up there? I don't fucking know. I'll be honest with you. I don't know if we get up there. And I don't have a crystal ball. No one does. What I can tell you is that SPX has not hit 4065 yet. If it does hit 4065, we're going to keep going up. We're going to keep grinding. If maybe people are trading it up there in anticipation, maybe knowing that it's up there, I don't know what to say to you here. I have a hedge on the market into Friday, and I'm taking long calls for squeezes higher into every bell on a Friday until it doesn't work anymore, until it stops working. Right now, it's working. I'm going to be looking at some calls into this close. This is for the March 30th. Let's look at a target for tomorrow. Even I don't care if they burn. If they're cheap enough, we got 403.19. 405s are 19 cents. I'm going to set them up right now. They're 18 cents right now. So just into this close. Just watch this close real quick. See if there's anything we can see in the downside. Nothing there. I'd like to buy this down here. 15-minute. Nothing bad. Nothing bearish. Nothing bearish. Nothing bearish. Nothing bearish. I'm not seeing anything bearish here. I'm seeing dip buying, supportive markets. So I'm long for some calls into tomorrow for a gap up. I'm long some calls. These are just, all this is here is going to be lotto tickets into Friday with a hedge on into Friday at this point. Maybe we get a gap up overnight. Yeah, there was no interest we were looking at Friday 403s. They were 44 cents this morning for Friday. They were not worthless. They were pumped up. I thought they should have been like 15 cents or something, and they were like 44 cents at the bottom this morning. And I was like, man, those are cheap for Friday. So thanks for showing up today. Appreciate you guys being here. Thanks for bearing with me. Thanks for listening to me go on rants and all that kind of stuff. Market's been so slow for me that I've been ranting a lot lately, but it's more out of boredom than anything. So just bear with me as I head into the end of this quarter. I want you guys to think about tomorrow. So into tomorrow, if you're still listening in right now, into tomorrow, do some research on communication stocks. Do your if you're a bear out there, can you try to put some ideas together for Friday? If you're a bull, put some ideas together for Friday. For the JPM caller, for your positioning into the end of day Friday. If you're a legitimate market participant and you're looking forward to the next quarter, let's have a discussion.
Just to repeat then,
I'm going to also
100 rises 20% from a December low to enter a bull market.
If any of you are interested in being interviewed on your viewpoints on the next quarter, if you want to reach out to me tonight, send me a DM on Twitter tonight. And if I have time, I'll try to give you an interview. And it can be video or just audio. So if you want to be on the show, and I have to know who you are. This isn't like I'm going to create a fake account, or I don't know. Like if I've known you for a long time and you want to be on the show at some point, if it's a slow day, you want to kick around and just tell me. I don't care if you're a bear. If you're like, I understand bears. I get it. So I'm not going to shit on you. I'll never set you up for a bad conversation in an interview. I won't throw hard balls at you that you don't know how to answer. But if you're interested in being interviewed, I'll ask simple questions and just let you talk. And I'll respect everything that you say, unless you're crazy. Like if you come on my show and you're like, we're going to fucking 6,000 tomorrow, or we're going to fucking 3,000 tomorrow, something like that, I'm going to be like, come on, man, really? If you're just like a legitimate, you have real money in the market and you want to talk, hit me up tonight on DM on Twitter. And if we can fit you in the next couple of days, we'll do some interviewing, just talking. If you don't want to talk about the markets, you want to talk about I don't know, race car driving or what you're interested in. I like movies, or I don't know, whatever it is. I like ping pong. We can talk about that. So it'll keep us busy for the next couple of days. We can talk strategizing and strategy for the next quarter, what I'm looking for, what you're looking for, and that kind of stuff. So give me a shout on FinTwit. Hit me up in DMs. I appreciate you showing up today.